Hello, everyone, and welcome. Welcome to another live stream of Atlas Information Live. And we are glad that you could join us this evening. We usually wait a few moments to allow some people to shuffle in. But tonight, we're going to be tackling a topic which is all but universal. Certainly, everyone has experienced, to one degree or another, some dynamic in a relationship. And whether we are currently in a relationship or seeking a relationship or hoping to be in a relationship at some point in the near future, it is almost certain that we have some experience in past relationships. And although the focus of tonight's talk will be about romantic relationships, as it were, by no means is the fundamental dynamic that we will be talking about, by no means is it limited to merely romantic or sexual relationships. Relationships are relationships. It's only a question of degree. And platonic relationships, professional relationships, friendships, everyone that is close to us in our circle of life, in our circle of being, has some sort of karmic bond with us. You may have heard of something known as the soul family. This is a phenomenon where monads work together for multiple lifetimes. There are monads that have an affinity for one another. They know one another. They're close to one another, and they just gel. They just work. They resonate. They have a synchronicity, and they choose to gather and work with one another lifetime after lifetime. And so even if that's not the case, the people that are closest to you will attract by virtue of what you are. So the law of attraction works in that way. Like attracts like. And this is true for individuals and relationships. And that really is the foundation of what we're going to be speaking about today, the dynamic at play in relationships. And in the description to this live stream, you probably noticed that we emphasized the challenging or difficult aspects of relationships. And you may be wondering, or may have had the reaction of, well, why does he make it sound out to be so bad? I mean, relationships aren't so bad. Relationships are supposed to be beautiful, and they're supposed to be filled with love and kindness and generosity and all these wonderful things. Well, we focus on the negative aspects of relationships, or the difficult or the challenging aspects of relationships, because there's no need to focus on the positives. What's working is working. It's like when you go to an automotive maintenance how-to guide, they're not going to go on and on and on and on about how everything works when it's working properly. They're going to give you advice and information on how to repair things that are broken, or what to do when things are malfunctioning, what to do when things aren't operating as you feel they should, and what the symptoms are, but also what the fixes are. And in this particular, and because that's why they're challenges. That's why we are challenged in relationships, because they're challenging, and they're challenging precisely because the individuals in our lives, the people closest to us, are mirrors to ourselves, and they show us precisely that which we don't want to see. And there is a very specific way in which those aspects of ourselves and our partner are brought to the surface and brought out, and become active and dynamically so, by virtue of our our relationship with them and the dynamic at work in that relationship. And that's really where our focus needs to be in this conversation, is the metaphysical science, the dynamic at play. If we can focus in on the dynamic and recognize that that dynamic is a mechanical process. It's not a process of personal vendetta. It's not a process of, it's not personal. It is scientific. It is esoteric, but it is mechanical. That dynamic is playing out whether we like it or not, whether we want it to or not. And the other individual, our partner, is every bit as succumbing to that dynamic as we are. They are being affected by that dynamic as much as we are. So if we can step away and see that dynamic for what it is in a scientific way, we can hopefully separate ourselves emotionally from the dynamic that is causing these so-called challenges or difficulties. This is important because obviously relationships are in many ways the most important things in our lives. Our friendships and our romantic relationships with our spouse, with our lover. And if you do a survey of people who are single, and they ask them, what's the most important thing in their life, or what is the thing that they desire most or they long for the most, and it's a vast majority of them will say, well, to be in a relationship. So to be in a relationship, no matter where you are, what your level of consciousness, what your level of being is, to be in a relationship, to not be alone, to be together in a partnership with someone, a life partnership with someone, is so important to so many. And it is all too easy to become emotionally wrapped up in that relationship in a entangled kind of way. Obviously, we're going to be emotional towards our partner. I mean, if we love them, we feel deeply about them and for them, we have that deep connection. That's going to put fire in our heart and fire in our belly, as it were. It's going to ignite that energy, that fire within us, the passion. The more we care about somebody, the more emotional and the more passionate we will be about our relationship with them. And when we face trials and tests and challenges related to that relationship, it is all too easy to get tangled up and overwhelmed by the emotions themselves. And again, all of this is happening because of the dynamic which is playing out. And there is a expression that we use. We might as well just leap into the topic now. There's an expression we use that goes something like, if it's not sparks in the bedroom, it's a fire in the kitchen. And the implication there is that between the closer the relationship, the more energy the dynamic has to fuel interactions. And those interactions can be obviously very electric, have a great deal of heat, have a great deal of passion. And that passion, that dynamism, that electricity, that fire can flow up and in, or it can flow down and out. It can flow positively, and it can flow negatively. And the passion that unfolds and plays out in the bedroom that we deem to be a positive way of working with that energy can just as easily turn into a grease fire in the kitchen when it's flowing in the opposite direction. And it's not, the energy is not being used to coalesce and congeal and bring us closer together in a more intimate way. But the energy is apparently seeming to try to tear us apart and drive wedges between us. And the energy wants to flow out in anger and frustration and all manner of emotions that can be kindled and triggered through our day-to-day interactions with our mate, with our partner. So why is this so, and how exactly does this work? And more importantly, why is this important to us on the spiritual path, on the spiritual journey? The reason, of course, is because, as we have discussed in the past, the major hindrances to us on our spiritual path are our own egos. Lust, fear, pride, gluttony, greed, laziness, etc. And these egos operate inside of us, and they create for us our desires, they create for us emotions, they create for us mental patterns and beliefs. But what they also do is they operate largely without our awareness. They're subconscious in nature, but they're energetic. They use our energy, and they use our consciousness, and they use our energy, and they radiate outward, whether we're aware of it or not. This energy radiates outward and creates a field around us. And that field has certain resonant frequencies. Now, according to the law of attraction, like attracts like, there's a very good chance that these same egos are shared, or at least some of them, not all of them, but some of them are shared by our partner. And what's more, the resonant frequencies of the sexual energy are harmonious. They're complementary, like complementary notes on an octave, or chords if you're musical. We are not musical, so we don't know. It's difficult for us to use that analogy, but you know how some notes go together and some notes clash. Some colors go together and others clash. So we call this chemistry. When we have chemistry with someone, it's because the resonant frequency of our sexual energies are aligned, are synchronous. They're in synchronicity. And when the sexual energy between two people are in synchronicity, then what that means is any of that energy that's flowing through egos, so the energy that's being stolen and consumed by egos and empowering those egos are going to vibrate at that same resonant frequency. So it's like a tuning fork. You play a note on the piano, and the tuning fork will vibrate at the same, or you play a note on one instrument, the string on the piano will vibrate at the same frequency. So that string on the piano, which is tuned to that frequency, will begin to vibrate because it's picking up the vibrations. It's entrainment, it's a harmony, and it's a synchronicity. I'm sure there's other words that can be applied there that are not coming to mind, but you get the general idea. If you play a certain note at just the right frequency, you can shatter a crystal glass, right? If you hit the right frequency, that is the frequency that is holding together the crystals in the molecules in the crystal glass, you can shatter it, turn it to dust, just by hitting the right frequency. That is what's happening between us and our partner. We have chemistry, we have common egos, and when in one partner the egos become active and become vibrating, our partner will pick that up, maybe not consciously, but unconsciously, subconsciously, their ego will begin to vibrate at the same resonant frequency, and will begin to make use of the same of their sexual force, which is the same resonant frequency as ours, because we have chemistry. And then the two things will start building and building and building and building and building, and we experience that as negative emotion if it's negative, and we experience it as positive emotion where we deem it as positive if it's if the egos are saying something good that we like. I desire this. So for example, when it's lust and we desire sex, so that's we look at it that as a positive thing. But if it's fear, and if it's control, and if it's our partner is not behaving in a way or not producing the outcomes that we desire, then all of a sudden, or something, we become upset, we become angry, we become frustrated, we become disappointed. Or it could be any number of completely innocuous things, like the way your spouse eats their scrambled eggs. There might be some little thing, little behavior, little quirk that your partner does, and it just drives you crazy. You don't know why it drives you crazy, but it drives you crazy. And it just irks you. It just irritates you. It becomes like to you, it's like nails on a chalkboard or something. It's just very irritating. There's certain things that they might do, or how they do certain things that gets on your nerves. And we even use this terminology, right? It gets on my nerves. It's a mechanical, automatic reaction when our partner does this or this or this, and it bites right to the bone. Well, what's happening there is just an ego is being triggered and is causing that visceral reaction inside of us. And whatever it is that individual is doing, and lots of times they're doing it unconsciously. Lots of times someone who has a quirk or a tic, a nervous tic or something that they do, it drives us crazy, they might be doing it and completely unaware that they're doing it. It's an ego that's doing it. It's an ego that's burning on, that's stealing energy. It's using energy and stealing consciousness. And it's just an ego just doing what egos do. But because we're so synergized as partners, that there's a good chance that we have the same ego inside of us. It doesn't manifest the same way, but when it manifests in our partner through that quirk, through that tic, it gets activated inside of us. And then all of a sudden, but it manifests in a completely different way inside of us. And it creates, this, if they're doing, for example, let's be very clear and scientific about it. If someone has a nervous tic, or someone has a behavior that they do unconsciously as a way of dealing with nervousness, which is ultimately fear, but it's unconscious, subconscious fear. So they might tap their fingers, or they might scratch something, or they might play with their hair, and they're just playing with their hair and playing with their hair and playing with their hair and playing with their hair. This is something that they're doing as a coping mechanism to help burn off negative energy that's in their nervous system that's being caused by fear or anxiety, some deep-seated subconscious fear, or that's anxiety. So playing with their hair is their coping mechanism. They might have been doing it ever since they were kids, and it's like a nervous tic. It's a habit. It's just something that they do. Now, you as their partner, you see them doing this, and every time they do this, you get triggered, and it gets on your nerves. The reason why it gets on your nerves is because they are doing it precisely to get energy off their nerves, because something is on their nerves, and this playing with their hair is a coping mechanism to get that energy off of their nerves. But you don't have such a coping mechanism, and that latent ego, that particular ego of fear that is causing them, that is getting on their nerves, that's causing them to do this tick, and they've been coping with that ego by doing this thing for their entire lifetime. Now, when they do this, that's because that ego is an activity in them. It's getting on their nerves. They're doing this to get it off their nerves, but that's putting that same ego inside of you into activity, and it's getting on your nerves. That's the truth of what's happening here. That is the scientific, metaphysical reality of the situation. Nothing that your partner does can get on your nerves. That is a myth. Nothing that your partner does. It's not the hair thing that they're doing, playing with their hair, that's getting on your nerves, that's driving you crazy. That's not true. The ego inside of you presents it that way because, as we've discussed very often, egos work in the darkness, work behind the shadows. They want to convince you that you're a victim, that the cause of your dis-ease, of your nervousness, of your frustration, of this thing that's getting on my nerves, it's being caused by a partner. It's not being caused by a partner. It's being caused by an ego that's inside of you. That ego, which is being put into activation because of your harmonious energetic synergy between you and your partner, and the fact that you're mirrors for each other and you both have the same egos. Not completely, but you share many, 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 many egos. And the same ego that's inside your partner, that is the cause of the nervousness that made them develop this nervous tick that they do, is in activation when they're doing this. And that ego in activation, because you have the chemistry, and because you have the synchronicity, and you have the alignment, that ego comes into activation, puts the same ego into activation inside of you, which is now getting on your nerves. This is what is happening. This is what is taking place. There is no, I mean, think about it. How many people, if you've ever ridden a bus, taken the subway, taken a train, been out in public, how many people have you seen on television, whatever, playing with their hair? And it has had absolutely zero effect on you. You could care less. Or how many people in public have you seen picking their nose or pulling their earring or doing any number of nervous ticks, and you could care less? But if it's someone in your family, or if it's your partner, or if someone, someone close to you, or your friend, and all of a sudden it gets on your nerves. That's because these people close to you share these energetic synchronicities. They're part of your soul family. You have a energetic affinity with them. And it's natural that when something happens to someone that's close to you, it affects you on a deeper level, on these deeper levels. And those deeper levels cut through not just to the egos, but beyond, to your very soul, your very being is affected by what they go through. That's why you can hear about people dying all the time on television. It doesn't affect you. But if someone dies or someone's suffering that's close to you, you're affected by that. This is all has to relate to where we are in terms of our particular octaves that we vibrate on, that our tonality, the music that we live by, and that musical range that functions on us metaphysically on all the different levels of our being, and as above, so below. So as we have, and as within, so without. And these these energetic frequencies, or, well, we even say it, right? We even have these words. We talk about chemistry, yes, but we also talk about vibes. And we talk about, people that give us the heebie-jeebies, right? People just rub you the wrong way. People that just give off a bad vibe, or you're just around people and you just feel off, right? You feel wrong. There's something you're just getting. Yeah, we say the heebie-jeebies, or we say, whatever. Whatever whatever word comes to mind that expresses that for you, that you're picking up these negative energies. So that's the first step to realize in a relationship that, well, I mean, that's the science behind it. But of course, we know that it doesn't stop there. It doesn't end there. Where it goes from there is one or both of the partners start pointing fingers and blaming the other one, because they identify with the ego inside of them that's getting triggered. And they say, "You're doing that again. You know that drives me crazy." And the person's like, "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not doing anything." Even the person twirling their hair, "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not doing anything. You're doing that thing with your hair. What thing? I don't know what you're talking about." And they can actually be doing it and saying, "I don't know what you're talking about." And it can, and then the other person will react with, "No, now you're just trolling me. What do you mean you don't know what you're talking about? You're doing it right now." "I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're doing. I always do this. I've always done this. It's never bothered you before. You've never said anything before," or what have you. I mean, we're not going to sit here and make up arguments. You've had the arguments. You've had the fights, whether it's with your family or romantic partners or friends or coworkers. It doesn't matter. You've had the interrelationship challenges, and you've had the arguments that if you recollect them and you think back on them, completely, half of them have been completely irrational. Or you may think the other person has been completely rational and you've been rational, but in reality, you've probably both been irrational, because our egos are, as we've said many times, our egos are not our friends, and they are our opponents. And if you tuned in to our last live stream, we talked about stress, anxiety, depression, and these chronic conditions that of psychological and mental health, which plague us over extreme long periods of time, maybe entire lifetimes. For years, we suffer from it. And we used the analogy of wrestling, and how when we wrestle with egos, what that really means, and how if you think into the term wrestling, you don't wrestle an enemy. No enemies wrestle each other. You think about that. We wanted to use this analogy from Ford versus Ferrari. If you've seen that movie, it was a recent movie, came out last year, we believe. Last year, maybe 2 years ago. And it's a story of how Ford wanted to win Le Mans, wanted to beat Ferrari. And there's a great scene in that movie where Matt Damon's character gets into a fight with Christian Bale's character. And that's Matt Damon is playing Carroll Shelby. And the two characters get into a fight, and they get into a wrestling match. And they wrestle, like this. The movie's, set in the 60s, I guess. And they get into a wrestling match. And then when they're done with their little fight and they're done with their wrestling match, they brush themselves off and they have a beer. Because this is what wrestling is, right? Wrestling is what you do with someone who you like or with someone who you respect. You wrestle. It's like a dance, but it's a dance of that's trying to determine something. It's trying to prove something to somebody. I mean, it's a sport, for heaven's sake, right? Your opponent is your opponent. It's your wrestling opponent is your adversary, but it's not your enemy. And we use the analogy of contemporary wrestling, which is a show. which is all fake. It's all scripted. It's a drama. It's a soap opera for teenage boys and men who, you know, never grew up. It's, you know, it's wrestling. Well, there's an aspect of wrestling, that particular type of wrestling, that coordinated, scripted soap opera wrestling, the WWE, I guess they called it. Back in my day, it was the WWF. And there's an element of that wrestling known as tag team wrestling. And many times in the course of this scripted drama of this wrestling, in tag team wrestling, many times you would end up in a scenario where two team members would be ganging up on one. But in any case, the concept of the tag team wrestling is important here, because you and your partner are two. Now, what happens if your partner and yourself share an ego, and those egos are vibrating at the same frequency, and those egos want from you what all egos want from us, and that is our consciousness and our sexual energy. We've shown this before, so this shouldn't be anything new. So our egos enslave our consciousness, and they consume our vital energy, our sexual energy. And they do this through craving. For example, I want this, and aversion, I don't want that. Or they do it through identification. For example, I'm the greatest, or aversion, I'm the worst. Or they tag team, and they do things like rationalization. They will like me if I do this, or irrationality. They all hate me. So egos can work together. And egos can work together inside of us, or they can work together with our partner. Meaning one ego inside of us and one ego in our partner will tag team in order to get that consciousness and that vital energy which they desire. So what happens, again, going back to that wrestling analogy, what happens in the drama, what happens in the soap opera, if you get a tag team wrestling team, a pair, ganging up on one member of the other team? What happens if the other team are not working together as a team? They're both outnumbered. So if our egos in that dynamic which we describe are working together to pull us apart, to get us to be angry, to consume our vital energy, and to get us to fight and to create conflict, because in that creation of conflict, we expend the sexual energy, we waste it, it's flowing down and out. They consume that energy when it's flowing down and out. So they're trying to get us to have that conflict. But they only do that if they can make us be opposed to one another. But we're a couple, we're a partnership. We're supposed to be working together. So if we use the analogy of tag team wrestling, we recognize that you have to visualize this, right? Like 2 on 1, 2 beating up one, and then 2 beating up the other one, because because we're not working together. We're separate, and we're being separated. And this is how the origin of divide and conquer comes from within us. Divide and conquer wasn't invented out there. Divide and conquer happens inside of us and between us in interrelationships. The egos in our relationship are causing us to putting a rift, a wedge, driving a wedge between us. And the deeper they can drive that wedge between us, the greater the conflict, the greater the suffering and the anger and the frustration that stems from that separation. And then they consume that energy, and they also trap our consciousness because we're becoming identified with all these emotions and all these beliefs and all these irrational desires and aversions and all this pardon the expression, all this bullshit that those egos are feeding us, and this victimhood and all the rest of it, all that nonsense and all that stuff that we use as that we weaponize in those relationships when we want to get back at the other person, and we start playing all these games and all this other ridiculous nonsense which takes place in relationships. But wrestling, if our egos are tag team wrestling us, and your fear is triggering my fear, and my fear is working together with your fear through control, through a control dynamic. Who's going to control the other one? My ego of fear and control is trying to get you to be this way, and your ego of fear and control is trying to get me to be trying to get me to be that way. And I don't want to be that way. I want to do things my way, and you want to do things your way. But we're trying to get each other to do things our way. It's just a wedge that's being driven between us. And it's dividing and conquering. And our egos are doing that. They're conspiring against us. They're tag teaming us. There is only one possible solution, one long-term viable, sustainable solution. And that is to have a fair wrestling match. To have a fair wrestling match is not to have 2-on-1, it's to have 2-on-2, which means the partners have to work together in that wrestling ring. And they have to recognize that they're being wrestled into submission, that there's something driving a wedge between them. They have to be able to see it, recognize it, acknowledge it, and detach from it, not identify with it, separate. To go back to that, the analogy which we used on Friday, when we were talking about egos and stress, we used the analogy of the lighthouse and the boat in the storm. And we found this image, and it's the absolute perfect image because there's nobody in the boat. So, what's there to worry about? The vessel, the person, the personality is in the middle of the storm, right? But we don't have to be identified, and we don't have to be stuck in the boat. We can identify with the lighthouse keeper. And the lighthouse keeper shines a light of consciousness on what's going on in the middle of the storm. But the lighthouse keeper is safe and sound on solid ground. And the lighthouse keeper is the keeper of the light. And the lighthouse keeper wouldn't even be there if it wasn't for the light, which is the being of our being, which is the cosmic Christ, which is the Logos. So in this analogy, applied in the relationship dynamic, both partners can be in that lighthouse together. Both partners shining that light of consciousness on the storm that's taking place. that's trying to break that relationship, which is a different kind of vessel. It's trying to splinter and shatter that relationship. It's trying to break it apart. It's trying to sink it in the midst of that storm, or at least in that particular fight, in that particular argument, because the egos are clever that way. They're, as parasites, they want to keep feeding off of their host for many, 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 many years. So they don't necessarily want you to split up, right? That's why so many people stay in toxic relationships, because they're just as their fear will be behind many of the fights and arguments because of the nature of the desire to control, and that the fear turns to anger and frustration and hatred. But what will happen is the same fear that's acting out of control and trying to tear them apart, to siphon the energy out of the relationship. That same fear will convince each individual, no, because you can't do better than this, or no, you don't want to go back out into the dating scene, or you don't want to be alone, you don't want to. And so that same fear of being alone will push them back together again, and the desire to be in control of their lives and so on and so forth, that the fear will instill that and push that. So it'll have them on this pendulum swing. So the relationship is good to bad to good to bad to good to bad, and they're constantly getting into fights and then constantly making up. And then, of course, you may be familiar with this concept of make-up sex, which is sort of a common concept, which is when a couple has a rip-roaring argument or fight, and then afterwards they have, quote, the best sex. Why are they having the best sex right after an argument? That's worthwhile asking the question, especially when you understand the dynamics involved. And what do those egos really want? And why are the egos making couples fight in the first place? It's they want the sexual energy. They want the sexual energy to flow down and out, because that's when egos consume it. That's how egos consume it. When the energy flows down and out, it goes from a high vibration to a low vibration. And so the egos, which exist in lower levels of metaphysical reality, in the infernal worlds, in hell, the subconscious mind, they can only access that energy if it's at the level with which they can consume it. So that's why they're trying to bring us down to their level. They're trying to bring us down into a vibration that's in synchronicity with them. So when you have the best sex ever, it's purely lustful animal sex. So make-up sex is the best sex ever, because it's primal and it's animal and it's this and that, and it's and also because, well, and if you have feelings of love and amorousness afterwards, it's because those egos have been satisfied. They've gorged themselves on your sexual energy, and now they're going to leave you alone. And so they leave you alone, and so for a brief moment you have a reprieve and no egos are bothering you, and then all of a sudden you feel all the love and everything is just bellowing out, because the egos have all gorged themselves at the trough of your sexual fountain, and they've all been temporarily satisfied. And so now you're going to have this beautiful loving embrace and everything else, and you're going to be giggling and whatever about the rip roaring argument you had, and how it led to the best sex, and so on and so forth. But this is actually what's happening metaphysically and scientifically inside of you. That's why in this picture, in this couple, you have the different ways in which this couple either they're having this beautiful Hallmark greeting card, moonlights, sunset image, or they're yelling and screaming at each other. But what's actually happening inside metaphysically is they're getting screwed. They're getting screwed. Egos screw with us. Egos essentially rape us. They get us to expel our sexual force in any number of ways and reduce them to ever lower vibrations. And they feed on us like any parasite. And so the concept of the incubus and the succubus, which fornicates with men, and the incubus, which fornicates with women, these are actual real phenomenon which take place at night. That's a slightly off topic. But the actual egos function on the same premise. So demons and vampires and all this imagery is based on the fact that these psychological aggregates, which we call egos or sins or nafs, the 7 deadly sins, lust, greed, pride, fear, etc., they use our sexual energy to reproduce themselves, and they steal our consciousness through identification and attachment. So they get us to identify with them, and they bottle up more of our consciousness inside of them. And as they do that, they become more powerful and more influential in our lives. And what's actually happening is we are getting screwed. And this is what screws up relationships. This is the only thing which screws up and ruins relationships. It doesn't mean that there aren't other reasons why couples break up, because there are just sometimes when couples grow apart, couples recognize that, hey, I'm going this way, you're going that way, and our goals in life are no longer synergistic. I mean, we seem to have been going on parallel lines for a time, but now those lines are diverging again. And couples can break up very amicably and remain friends, or even if they don't remain friends, if they just moving on, like someone moves to the other side of the globe, and it's just practical things like, I have to follow my dream, I have to follow my heart, and my heart is taking me this way and your heart is taking you that way. Well, then it's time for us to part ways. That's not an ego thing. That's two monads who, for a time, they were together, they needed to be together, they needed to work together, but now they need to move on. We've had experiences, we've had relationships, countless relationships, well, maybe not countless, but many, many relationships like that. They were soulmates. They were the individual that for that period of time that we were together, we needed to be together. But those relationships didn't end because, our egos screwed it up. And we've also had those relationships because we're still single, right? We're 48 years old and still single. So you might be asking, well, what qualifies us? What qualifies you to be doing a live stream about relationships? You're still single. Well, what qualifies me to be doing a live stream on relationships is precisely because this dynamic that we're describing to you was made clear precisely through those relationships and those failed relationships, when it was absolutely clear what was taking place and what was going on, but the other person involved didn't want to see it, didn't want to see the dynamic, didn't want to accept the reality that was taking place. She wanted it to be my fault. It was all my fault. And she wanted to be the victim. She wanted to play power games. In other words, she was caught up and wrapped up inside of the ego that she didn't want to see. And I was trying to explain, like I said, like a relationship can't continue in that situation. A relationship has to end, because if you are in a situation where these egos are working together and you're being tag teamed, if your partner is identified with those egos and buying into their bullshit, Now it's like you're being ganged up on by 3 different entities: the ego inside of you, the ego inside of them, and them. And that's, you get out. Get out. There's no point in staying. There's absolutely no point in staying at that point. You can't be in a relationship, a meaningful relationship, and have any hope of happiness and have any hope of getting anything positive spiritually out of the situation if you stay in a relationship like that. Now, sometimes we don't have a choice, because sometimes the relationships that we're in are things like family, and you don't get to choose your family. And sometimes we're stuck in relationships, family relationships, where there's no, forget about even discussing this topic, right? There's too much no matter what you do, you can't get through to them because they're too much bottled up inside of those egos, and there's just nothing you can do. You can't win. And if someone's being narcissistic, if someone's being passive aggressive with you, there's situations like that. But you also can't get away, right? Because it's very difficult to divorce yourself from your family, for example, brothers and sisters and parents and so on. So you have to try to find a way to make the most of it, or make the best of it. Well, and how do you do that? How do you do that if they're not willing to, quote, play ball? Well, the way you do it is to meditate and observe carefully and recognize how you can achieve peace so long as you let go of every desire for the other person in the relationship to be anything else but what they are. That's a lot of words. So let's see if we can't truncate that and make it a little simpler. Remember when we said there is nothing that somebody else in the relationship can do to bother you or to get on your nerves? What gets on your nerves is inside of you. That means your peace and your happiness is on your shoulders. It's not reliant on anybody else. Nobody in your family can disturb your peace and your happiness if you're in the lighthouse. They can try to whip up a storm inside of you, and they will, because we have that energetic synergy with people in our family, and they will trigger, we share common egos, and they will trigger those egos inside of us. But if we do not identify with the egos that are being triggered, if we see them and we recognize them for what they are, and we are not in the boat, we're in the lighthouse, and we let go and abandon the need for the storm to end, for the storm to be over with. We can just sit out the storm, and we can do so observing ourselves. So I'll give you an example. Obviously, the path that we've taken in life is not compatible with the path of a Hungarian immigrant to Canada. So our father, my father, my birth father, not happy with the path that we've chosen, especially when we were a child prodigy and showed so much potential, et cetera, et cetera. We could be a very successful business person or scientist or doctor or lawyer or any number of things, any number of dreams that immigrant parents usually have for their children. He doesn't register with him, the path of the bodhisattva, and how there's actually nothing more difficult and nothing more challenging and nothing more important than to help others. That doesn't register in the same way with them. So this has been a source of conflict between myself and my father since the age of 16. Since I was 16. So that's over 30 years. And only recently, in recent years, have we been able to get to a place where the conflict has subsided. And that began to happen when I abandoned my need to control my father. And that might sound a little strange, because it was surely your father was trying to control you, trying to get you to do this, trying to go and get a job, trying to do, surely your father wanted to try to control you and get you to do something other than what you were doing. And it's true, he was trying to do that. And I, in reaction to that, was trying to get him to stop doing that and to stop wanting to do that. Because the fear inside of him and the desire to control the outcome of my life was merely an extension of the ego inside of him that desires to control the outcome of his own life. And that was triggering the ego in me of fear, the demon, which wants to be in control. Not just of my own life, but the circumstances around me and the people around me, including my father. His fear translated as control, trying to control me. That energy was coming this way, triggering my fear, which wanted to manifest as control. And just as he was trying to control me, I was trying to control him right back. Don't try to control me. Stop controlling me. Stop trying to control me. So as soon as when I started making very, very good major inroads with my own demon of fear, and letting go and letting God, and letting go of my need to be in control of circumstances and outcomes and people, I stopped trying to control my father. He's going to be what he's going to be. He's not going to change anymore. He's too old for that. And he's set in his ways. He's always going to be that way. And I accepted it. And it's just his way. And as soon as I stopped wanting him, as soon as I stopped wanting him to accept me and accept my path, and as soon as I stopped trying to control the fact that he controls me, or he tries to control me, as soon as I stopped trying to change that, he backed right off. So in many ways, as we overcame and we began to weaken the demon's stranglehold over ourselves and our own lives, our own fear, as soon as we started to make major inroads conquering our own fear and getting a control and handle over our own fear and our own control issues, needing to control outcomes and the circumstances and people around us, which was all fear based, my father stopped trying to control me. Turns out that his fear isn't anywhere near as powerful as the fear that that I was fighting with. He was reacting to my fear that was always constantly radiating out from me. So it was triggering in him the fear and the desire to control. That was coming from me. That was being caused by me. That wasn't coming from him. It was being triggered by the fear that was inside of me. This was one of the great revelations that I had, and recognizing how so many people that have a bad reaction to us. It's very often they're reacting to something inside of us. And so their reaction is a mirror. And very much so, I said, well, if I don't like my father trying to control me, why do I think it's okay for me to try to get him to stop? Because that's also another form of control. It was in the comprehension of all of this and the recognition that it takes two to tango. It takes two to wrestle. And in a tag team wrestling match, right? This dynamics, this energetic dynamic that's happening beneath the surface, if we are not aware of this, then this is not just running our life, it's ruining our life. It's completely ruining, and it's screwing with us, and it's screwing up our relationships with family, relationships with friends, relationships at work, and romantic and sexual relationships. And the reason why we're still single is because we made a vow to ourselves that that the individual that we spend the rest of our life with will know this, will be aware of this. Or if they are shown it, they will see it and they will recognize it, and they will see that it's impossible that you meet somebody that you're always happy together with. I mean, you're not perfect. And so long as you're not perfect, if you attract somebody into your life, they will share many, if not most, of the imperfections that you have. They might manifest themselves differently on the surface, but at their root, those egos will be the same, and they will be resonating and they will be vibrating at the same frequencies, so long as you have the chemistry. And so long as your sexual energy and their sexual energy are in synchronicity, that shared laundry list of egos are going to be vibrating at the same frequencies. And that's going to be cause for tension, anxiety, and suffering, and aggravation, and conflict, et cetera, because those egos are going to be wanting to tag team and divide and conquer, and everything that we've been describing. And that many times, we will watch our partner do something, or they will say something or act towards us in a certain way, and we will think that they are the instigators, when in fact they might be reacting to this energetic activity that's happening beneath the surface, and they're just reacting to that because those egos are conspiring. They say, okay, you know what? We haven't had a fight in a while. We haven't had these two fight in a while, so let's cause a fight. So if you heard the term false flag operations, or if you've ever seen the movie The Princess Bride, and you know the character Vizzini, who is the short fellow with the annoying voice. I can't remember the actor's name, but Vizzini, who is the one behind the kidnapping of Buttercup. And he tells Andre the Giant and Indigo, he says, we're here to start a war. We're going to take her and we're going to murder her on the frontier. And when the prince finds her betrothed dead on the frontier of Gilda, he's going to declare war on them. And that's what we were hired to do. Our egos do exactly the same thing. They do this scummy, underhanded, insidious plotting, conspiring beneath the surface, so that they get us on the surface to fight, so they can siphon off our sexual energy. That's a dynamic. So, and again, we use the example with our father to prove that this is not exclusive to romantic relationships. And we specifically use that example with our father because we were the cause. We were the problem. Our ego, our fear, because if you've been watching or if you've read our article on fear, you know that our fear is a full-blown demon. It's a very, very powerful. I mean, it's behind epilepsy. We suffer from epilepsy because of it, and chronic depression because of it. So when people react to us from a place of fear and from a place of control, even if we on the surface are trying to be the kindest, most polite way, people often react to us negatively simply because they have similar egos inside of them, and they're being triggered just by our very presence because of the nature of what we carry inside of us. In fact, we experience this with dogs and animals all the time. Animals are interesting because, as you know, the animals have, and this is in all of us on our animal instinctive primal level, the flight or fight instinct. And that's basically fear. Fear creates either a fight or a flight reaction. And if I approach a dog, for example, and I'm trying to pet the dog, or I want to pet the dog, right? So come here, I want to pet you, right? If that dog picks up that vibe, like I'm trying to control that dog and get it what to do, if that comes from a place of control or domination or whatever, that's my fear. If that dog picks up that fear, it will react by either turning tail and running away, or it'll get angry and it'll get aggressive, fight or flight, right? It'll bark, it'll do whatever, because it's picking up that negative vibe, that desire to control, that desire to, come over here, I want to pet you. Because it's a desire, it's ego. So this interactivity, whether it's people or animals or these interactions, these relationships are precious opportunities for us to learn more about ourselves. Now, it's not always the case that just because somebody reacts with ego to us, then it must be that we were in a place of ego. That's not always the case, certainly, because, as you know, there is a phenomenon known as shooting the messenger. And you know that people can't handle the truth. People hate the truth. The ego mind hates the truth. So you could be coming from a place of love and speaking the truth, and that person still react in ego. So let's not kid ourselves. Let's not be too hard on ourselves. So, for example, if you're trying to help somebody who's suffering, and you're coming from a place of love and compassion, and you're not trying to control them, you're trying to help them, you're trying to help get them out of it, and they still react to you with with anger, with suspicion, with frustration, or they say, they come at you with "stop trying to control me" or whatever. I mean, it doesn't, that in and of itself doesn't prove anything. Doesn't prove that you are in a place of ego. But you should always be in observation of yourself. And if you know you're coming from a place of love, that's one thing. But if you just think that you're right, and you're being in a kind of proud, self-righteous kind of way, and you only think that you're right, you think what you're doing what's best for them. I'm trying to do what's best for you. And if and they're reacting with, don't try to control me, because we can tell you that our Father certainly believes that he's coming from a place of love. He is coming from a place of love, but that love is being filtered through his fear and through his desire to control, because he's a control freak. And this is another layer of complexity in all of this, where the best of intentions, if they're filtered through the ego, the intention doesn't matter anymore. If it's filtered through your ego and what comes out and what happens and what comes out is ego, or it's ego filtered, then it's ego. And if the result is negative, it doesn't matter what your original intention was. It came out, it was filtered through ego, it manifested through wrong action, and it created negative results. That's going to produce negative karma for you, because it's the end result was negative. And that's why that we have that expression, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. That's where that expression comes from. And this might seem like, all of this might seem like we're getting off topic, but we're not getting off topic. We're absolutely on topic, because everything that we've discussed up until now, talking about egos with regards to ourselves and how clever and insidious and they can be, and how conspiring, and how they hide in the shadows, and how they use illusion and delusion to confuse us and conflate us, and to keep us focused on the outside and on the other, and blaming and victimhood and all this stuff. All of that complexity and all of that game, that wrestling match that we have with our own egos, just by ourselves, without anybody else around. All of that immediately multiplies, immediately doubles. But not just doubles, but trebles and quadruples, because of the various different dynamics that we were describing. Because two people and two egos are four entities. And the way and the interrelationships between how those four entities can interrelate, because you can have one-on-one and one-on-one, you can have two-on-two and two-on-two, you can have three-on-one and three-on-one. This is the game, and this is the wrestling match. And if you are in a relationship, and this is the spiritual journey, this is the spiritual path, overcoming, defeating, cleansing ourselves of our own egos, and recapturing the consciousness which was trapped inside of them, and integrating the knowledge that we needed to gain through the process, through the wrestling match with them, with our egos. This is the spiritual journey, because the awakening of consciousness, the consciousness is a process of elimination of the ego, because the reason why the consciousness is sleeping is because it's bottled up inside of ego. So you can't have awakening of consciousness and spiritual advancement unless you're working on the ego. Because if you awaken if you awaken inside of ego, then you awaken as a black magician or a bona fide demon. You awaken negatively. You awaken the egos inside of you, and they become they're no longer just mechanical programs that are just running their programs. They become like entities as they exist in the matrix. They become like the Merovingian and the other programs who become awake, like Agent Smith, who unplugs from the system and develops free will. And all of a sudden, and if you are here and have previously awakened, or you awaken your consciousness 50% awakened consciousness and 50% awake through in ego, you become what Gurdjieff referred to as a Hanasmasan, or someone who has a dual center of gravity, who is simultaneously a Buddha and a demon. And this is the worst kind of state to be in, because you ping pong back and forth between having these conscious awareness and love and empathy and into having complete indifference, intolerance, and selfishness, and at that point you really truly are kind of a split personality. And I mean, to one degree or another, we are all like this, to one degree or another, because one moment we can be in our heart center, we can be altruistic, and the next moment we can be consumed by one of our egos and possessed by one of our egos and be angry and frustrated. And of course, in relationships, this becomes most clear to us in relationships, because it's in romantic relationships especially that you can turn on a dime from being at each other's throats to being in each other's beds, and like that, right? And that can happen just like that. And it's this dynamic that we have to understand and comprehend. We have to be able to see it. We have to begin looking for it, and we have to begin seeing it, watching it operate inside of us, and watching it operate dynamically in our interrelationships with others, especially in our interrelationships with our romantic partner. Because this is by far and away the greatest cause of people's suffering in life, when their relationships break down, or when they're in dysfunctional relationships, toxic relationships. And as we said, it takes two to tango, it takes two to wrestle. Rarely is it that you will find yourself in a relationship where it's all just completely one-sided. It's just the other person's fault. That's the hard truth. If you keep, for example, there are women who always find themselves in abusive relationships, and they attract men into their lives that take advantage of them, that abuse them, that treat them poorly, and they seem to do this over and over and over and over again. This is a warning sign, and this is a cause for these women to take a long, hard look at themselves. What is it about you that needs to change so you can stop attracting these mirrors into your life? Because mirrors are a funny thing. Metaphysical mirrors are a funny thing, because remember, every ego is identical to its apparent opposite. It's the same ego. Remember, we talked about pride and shame, and how pride and shame are the same ego. So the narcissist and the addict, so the narcissist who is self-obsessed and trying to build themselves up into something greater than what they are, and trying to present themselves as something greater than they are, is identical to the person who's trying to slowly kill themselves with heroin. the self-loathing and the self-flagellation, the self-destruction. It's the same thing, because the addict, the heroin addict, can only destroy the false self that way. The vessel, the mind, the personality, can only run that into the ground with self-destruction, right? It's this destruction of the false self. But that shame, that self-loathing is actually pride, because that same pride, through the narcissist, is trying to build up the false self. Because remember, pride can only build up the false self, because we're talking about illusions. We're talking about egos here, and ego's realm is the realm of illusion and delusion. They can only work in the realm of illusions. So pride either creates too much self-love, that's too much love of the false self, or exorbitant amounts of self-loathing. But again, it's loathing of the false self. That's all pride, those two extremes. So if a woman is attracting someone into their life that's continually abusing her, taking advantage of her, treating her badly, treating her poorly, what sort of ego is it that's inside of a man, like overwhelmingly dominate and take advantage of and overpower and take advantage of? So what ego might that be inside of the man that makes him want to do that? Well, if it's control and domination, the ego is fear. That's fight, right? And it's also pride, because he's building himself up. He wants to be the dominating one. He wants to be the alpha male, right? And he wants to prove that he's stronger and prove that he's better. And he's going to do that by diminishing and running down his partner. He's going to make the woman feel like she's less worthy or less important than he is. So that's also pride. So it's fear and pride working together to get this control and this dominance, and I'm the alpha and you're going to do what I tell you and blah, 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 right? But coming what we just said about pride and shame, so a woman who has the opposite of that narcissistic, overblown sense of self, has a pessimistic, shameful, self-loathing type of sense of low self-worth. And she's afraid. She's afraid of being alone. She's afraid that she's not good enough. She's afraid of not being wanted. Because again, she has that self-loathing, that low self-worth, that low self-esteem. So she attracts a partner, a man, that has the same fear and the same low self-esteem, or the same pride, the same esteem issues. And that man that pride is going to express itself in this way, in the dominating way, in the control and the dominance, pride, narcissistic way, as much and on the same level that it's expressing itself as the low self-esteem and the fear way inside of the woman. And that's why there are women who always attract abusive men, and they can't escape the cycle of abusive relationships because they have too much pride. Now, psychologists might even get as far as understanding the low self-esteem part, and they choose men, strong men, to dominate them because they have low self-esteem. They might even get that far, but that's where they stop. None of them make the connection that energetically what's happening is that the man, the dominant partner, and the submissive partner are suffering from exactly the same thing, which is pride. Because where these two extremes are, they meet in the middle, and that's pride. It's just pride expressing itself in its with its two faces. It's in two different ways, or it's fear and pride and fear expressing themselves in these ways, and in that relationship. But it's pride. So when we have an interrelationship with someone, this is a mirror. That dominant, overbearing, overpowering, abusive man is mirroring the submissive, low self-esteem, weak, fearful woman. Exactly. And he's mirroring her exactly in the same way that the yin and yang mirror one another exactly, except that they're opposites. They just happen to be opposites. But the law of opposites works in this way. That's why it's important to understand the law of opposites. That's why it's important to understand that fear, that fear is fight or flight. It's both fear. That's why they say, don't run away from a bear. Why don't you run away from a bear? Because if you're terrified and you're running away from a bear, guess what that's going to trigger in the bear? It's fear. That bear is going to become terrified. The more terrified you are, and you're going to signal that, physically express that, manifest that in your running away. Well, guess what? I've never met a bear who suffers from the flight instinct. Bears suffer from the fight instinct. When they're afraid, they fight. Mama bears, if you screw with their babies, you screw with their cubs, mama bear is going to show you how she manifests fear. She's going to tear you limb from limb, that mama bear. That's where women get that, by the way. That defending of the young, that mama bear. That's why we call them mama bear. But that's fear. It's fear that makes mama bear tear you limb from limb. It's fear. So we have to understand that in our relationships with our partner, that their behavior may appear to be opposite, the polar opposite of us. And they may be doing, and that's why they say, opposites attract. The reasons why opposites attract is because many times those opposites happen to be exactly the same bloody ego, just expressing itself in opposite ways. So someone is an outgoing, gregarious, outgoing, individual might find themselves with someone who's very shy and mousy, right? And they're both expressing the same energy, just one's an extrovert and one's an introvert. But the energy is just they're the opposites, but they can be exactly the same polarity and exactly the same frequency. And they can fit like a hand in a glove because of that. Even though on the surface they might appear to be opposites. So that's important to understand about this people who are a mirror to us. The other thing, of course, is to if you find yourself in a situation where you're with someone and you are identifying and you are not identifying, if you're recognizing what's happening, how you're triggering one another, and you can see that ego inside of your partner expressing itself. This is where it becomes challenging if you haven't had this conversation with your partner. If your partner is not on the same page about revolutionary psychology, about the Aum of life, the analogous ultimate methodology, and comprehension of egos, observing egos, mindfulness, comprehension of egos. If you try to explain to your partner why it is that we keep triggering each other, we keep having this fight, we keep having this conflict, if they don't see it, if they're incapable of seeing it, then you may find yourself in a situation that I've been in several times with partners, where what they say is, stop projecting onto me. Stop. You're just projecting onto me your own problems, right? It's all you. It's all you. You're just projecting onto me what's inside of you. This is a this is not this is a phenomenon which can take place, but certainly in my experience, I've never projected onto anybody you know, anything that I was. I don't do that. There are, we imagine, some people who do that, but the reality is that in a romantic relationship that where there's a lot of chemistry and a lot of things, the dynamic is there's nothing to project, because that person already is a mirror to you. And saying to them, you're projecting onto me, is just an avoidance. Now, having said that, people love using that expression to it's, you know what, that expression, it's like when we were in elementary school and you would say to somebody, you know, you're not being very nice, or you're being unkind, or don't be, you know, you're being stupid, and they're like, I know you are, but what am I? Right? That's what don't project onto me is. That's what saying don't project onto me is. That's just somebody like from elementary school saying, I know you are, but what am I? It's just a denial. It's just a way of turning it back around and making it a passive aggressive toxic thing and throwing it back in your face. So, and you will run into that. You will run into that. If you're trying to be constructive and you're trying to say, look, you know, obviously there's a problem. Obviously we have some kind of issue here, and let's work together to discover what that is and how we can work on it, or at least be aware of it. If the other person wants to be in denial of that and they throw it back in your face, say, but you know that it's not only you. Because if it was only you, guess what? They wouldn't get mad. If it was only you, there would be no conflict. If someone gets angry at you, it's automatically them. Automatically. The anger has to exist inside of them. You can't put your anger into them to make them angry. You can't put your fear into them to make them afraid. They have to have that fear in them already. They can't catch your fear. That's not how that works. So if you say something or do something and make them angry, and you say, oh, okay, see, like, you know, you're acting out of fear now. I said something out of fear, and now you're reacting with fear. And they say, no, you're projecting onto me. You know it's bullshit, because they wouldn't have reacted to you in the first place if you were projecting onto you, because you can't project onto you and actually create a reaction in them. So if you find yourself in a situation where you're angry and you're reacting, and someone says, you know, you're reacting out of whatever, and your reaction to that is, oh, they're projecting onto me, you have to be aware of this. You have to watch yourself, observe yourself. Takes two to tango. Takes two to wrestle. And in a relationship, is very rarely is it just one-sided. Very rarely. Even in we gave that example, even in that example of abusive relationships. It's not an excuse. We're not here to excuse anything and excuse behavior and excuse bad behavior. Like, certainly if someone beats up their partner, saying that their partner is submissive is not an excuse to beat them up. That's not what this is about. That's not what we're saying here. It's not a justification for that. But what we are saying is that there's a reason why, if that's a repeating pattern in someone's life, that they need to look within, because until they deal with the issue inside, they're going to keep, life is going to keep bringing them the same lessons over and over and over again. And those lessons are going to come in the form of people, partners, coworkers, etc., friends, etc. This issue around acceptance and being with a partner that sees eye to eye with you on this point is an absolute necessity if you are on the spiritual path. And the reason is because a sexual partner, a spouse, and by the way, we're going to use the term spouse here, understanding that spouse has nothing to do with religions or churches or ceremonies or rings or diamonds or weddings or any of that, or taxes or any of that nonsense. Spouse refers to your monogamous sexual partner is your spouse. That's your spouse. In the eyes of the universe, in the eyes of karma, when you enter into a monogamous sexual relationship with someone, they are your spouse. Period. If you're having casual sex with lots of different partners, if you're having, polyamorous whatever, if you're doing whatever, then, it is what it is. They're not your spouse, or they're your spouse for a night, or you're trying to have relationship with multiple spouses in the eyes of the universe, and you're accruing karma according to that. Because there's a reason why every religion and every spiritual tradition and every mythology and every temple and shrine everywhere in the world, especially from the ancient world, especially in the East, in India, in the Hindu tradition, etc., seems obsessed with sex. And the reason why religion appears to be obsessed with sex is because sex is sacred. And it always has been, and it always should be. And no, there's no excuse, and no, there's no rationalizing that. Because if sex isn't sacred, it's animal, and it's detrimental. So to be in a relationship with someone is very important on the path. And it's all about the transmutation of energy. And it's all about liberating the consciousness from our egos. And so that process of transmutation, of alchemy with couples, is sexual alchemy. And that sexual alchemy is about taking the sexual force and transmuting it and transforming it into the Christ. And the process by doing that happens each and every day of our lives, regardless of whether or not we spend any time in the bedroom. The dynamic that we're describing and visually depicting here, when we say that our egos screw with us, our egos fornicate with us. They get us to expel the sexual force. They get us for the sexual force to flow down and out. And they do that whether it's fear, pride, greed, gluttony, envy. All of these egos fornicate with us metaphysically and they get that energy to flow down and out. Down meaning the energy becomes lower in vibration, and out in that it's wasted, it's expelled. And tension and anxiety and depression and anger and frustration and all of these modalities that we have are all burning off energy, and it's the energy gets polarized negatively, and then it gets expelled. And then we have to have, for example, coping mechanisms, right? So our partner frustrates us, gets on our nerves, and then we have to go for a mountain bike ride, or we go for a run, or we go to the gym and we punch the punching bag for half an hour, and we get it out of our system, all this negative anger, energy, right? So this is what our egos are trying to do to us in a relationship. And as we said, if it's not raging grease fire in the kitchen, then it sparks in the bedroom. Because of course, the other way that our egos, specifically lust, tries to get us to tries to get the energy to flow down and out, is through actual physical fornication, through the orgasm. For the sexual energy to flow down and out. And there's no avoiding this topic. We don't want necessarily to, well, I mean, it's important. It is the ultimate manifestation of desire is lust, and the desire for the orgasm, the desire to fornicate. And that process, working with the sexual energy on that level, because the sexual energy is the energy that we have. It's the power of creation. It's the energy that has the power to create. And when we fornicate, or when we masturbate, when we expel the sexual force through the act of orgasm, whether we're men or women, it doesn't matter, makes no difference. That sexual energy is creating more desire, more egos inside of us. Specifically lust, and lust is the mother of all the egos, because every ego can be described using the word lust. Lust for fame, lust for fortune, lust for food, lust for comfort and security, lust for, right? It's everything is a desire. And lust is the mother of all desires, mother of all cravings and aversions. And just think about that. When you go to a beach, doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman, when you go to a beach and you're looking at everybody in their swimsuit, right away, almost immediately, your eyes are directed at those who are attractive to you and those who are not, those who are repulsive to you. And you would say, oh, wow, that person's really attractive. That person's really hot. That person's really good looking. And oh my God, that person's so gross, or that person's so fat, or that person's so ugly, right? Craving and aversion. And we all do it. We all do it to one degree or another, subconsciously or consciously. When we go to a beach or we go anywhere, we're people watching. We're not necessarily judging them per se. We're not saying, oh, that person's, a bad person because they look like that. No, we're just saying, oh, but that's, yeah, this person's attractive to me. That person is not attractive to me. It's just an automatic program that runs. It's our lust. And it's always running. It's always running that program of craving and aversion, craving and aversion. And maybe you get this if you go to the grocery store, or you go to a fish market, or you go to a buffet, and there's the foods that you like and the foods that you don't like. Or you go shopping for clothes. There's the clothes that you like and the clothes that you don't like. And it always seems to be, and then everything else you're just indifferent to, you just ignore for the most part. But this is that binary, that dialectic sort of thing. It all stems from this relationship with lust, that craving and aversion. And the opposite of having that energy flow down and out is, of course, to have it flow up and in. Because if the creative energy that we have, it can be used in one of three ways. Through the orgasm, we can create more desire, more lust. Through fornication that leads to fertilization in our sexual partner, in the woman, then it can lead to the birth of a child. We can create another intellectual animal by fornicating like animals. We can create another animal and mistakenly call it a human being. But the third way that we can use the sexual energy is to have it flow up and in and create these solar bodies, to transmute our lust into love and create the solar bodies, which is the human soul. And to do so is known as white tantra or sexual alchemy. But that alchemy that takes place in the bedchamber through sacred sexuality, through white tantra, and we say white tantra because it's sex without orgasm, sex without fornication, scientific chastity. Chastity does not mean abstention from sex. The word chastity was deliberately misconstrued and degenerated by the Black Lodge so that the truth about sexuality could remain hidden for countless centuries. And the truth about sexual alchemy had to go underground. Behind us, so for example, behind us, we'll move this over here and then we'll go here. You see the man and the woman holding the Holy Grail. Because the Holy Grail is sexual alchemy. If you think about what a grail is, what it looks like, it's a cup that's on a very phallic symbol base. It's a phallus and it's a uterus. And behind this grail, you see the Star of David, which is the blade, right? The phallus and the cup, the uterus. And we have to recognize that white tantra, between a couple where there's a great deal of chemistry and there's a great deal of attraction, there's a great deal of lust. And that lust is going to want us to fornicate, will want us to reach orgasm and have so-called great sex in the contemporary degenerated meaning of that word. But the greater the chemistry and the greater the attraction and the deeper the love, the deeper the soul bond that we have with an individual, the greater the opportunity we have to transmute that sexual energy, that sexual force into our solar bodies. And what's more important, the greater the desire that's within us, the greater the lust and the greater the fear, the greater the envy or the gluttony or the laziness or any of the other egos that we share with our partner. Because we have that strong chemistry, if we work together as a team in this and practice this together, where The storm is the conflict between us. And we see ourselves as one unit, as one vessel, man and woman joined at the hip, man and the woman united. And we are the vessel, but we step outside of that, of our vessel, and we put ourselves in the lighthouse. We are the keepers of the light. We shine the light together on our vessel in the middle of the storm, in the middle of the storm, in the middle of the conflict, in the middle of the frustration, in the middle of the fight. We stop and we observe and we say, look what's churning our waters. Look what's blowing the wind. Look what's causing the tempest between us. Do you see it? Say, yeah, I see that. I see it. Would you feel it? Yes, I feel that. And say, remember, we're together in the lighthouse and we're the keepers of the light. We're shining the light on that which is trying to tear us apart, and that which is trying to sink our boat. And it's trying to that's trying to crash the boat, the vessel, on the rocks, on the rocky shore. And the light of the lighthouse is there to guide the vessel safely past the rocks and into port. If we can learn to do this individually, that's of course absolutely necessary. But if we want to be spiritual, if we want to be able to step outside and observe our egos, the causes of our suffering, comprehend those causes and be liberated from those causes of suffering. But just as it's required as individuals, this relationship, this dynamic, we have to choose this over this in relationships, because this will not fly. This is not a spiritual relationship. And as you can see, the heart of it is fornication. The heart of it is egos screwing with us, egos fornicating with us, egos having their way with us. We cannot be in a spiritual relationship with someone if we are allowing our lust to physically manifest in the physical world what all of our egos are doing to us internally. It's just not possible. You can forget anything and everything anybody has ever told you about spiritual sexuality and how the orgasm is this or that spiritual wonderful thing. It's all lies. You cannot free yourself and eliminate egos from your psyche while you are fornicating. It is impossible, because the act of fornication creates more egos and strengthens the egos we already have. You can maybe free yourself from this or that problem, or think you freed yourself from it, but you may be creating a whole new version of it just through fornicating. Because that's what fornication does. That's what lust does. Lust creates more desire. And every ego is expressed as desire, craving, and aversion. So there's no such thing as spiritual orgasm unless you're a black magician. Unless you want to awaken as a black magician and a bona fide demon. Well, but then do all the black tantra you want, because that's what's going to happen. You're going to create a black magician out of yourself, and eventually you'll become an awakened demon, because that's what black tantra is. And that's why the New Age teaches black tantra, because the New Age is a creation of the Black Lodge. and it's a trap. It's just this horrendously it's this horrendously enticing, attractive, what's the word? Addictive trap. But all egos are like that. All egos are going to convince us that we can't live without them. In fact, one of the great arguments that we've heard about against white tantra is that, well, how are you supposed to have children? How can you have children if you don't orgasm? If the man doesn't spill the seed, how are you going to have children? Well, I happen to have a cousin that lives in Hungary, and she and her husband are ardent Catholics. They fervently believe in the Catholic dogma, the Catholic teachings, and so they don't use birth control. The Catholic Church doesn't condone birth control, and they're traditional Catholics. So they use what the Church has always prescribed as the only form of birth control that the Catholic Church condoned traditionally, and that was the so-called pull-out method of birth control. Now, the pull-out method of birth control is, of course, designed for the man to withdraw just before he has an orgasm in order to prevent a pregnancy. Now, most sex therapists and so on will tell you, sexologists, I guess, whatever they're called, will tell you that this is not a very effective form of birth control. And, my cousin would have to agree with them because she and her husband have 7 children. 7 times she's gotten pregnant. And each and every time it's been essentially by accident. But they don't see it as by accident, of course. They see it as divine intervention, and they see it as a divine pregnancy and a divine birth, because they were using birth control. They were pulling out. So the point here is, how many sperm does it take to fertilize an egg? 1 or 10 billion? Right? And the answer is clear. And no sexologist anywhere will tell you to use the pull-out method of birth control as a reliable form of birth control, because this is what is actually referred to as immaculate conception, by the way. Even now in Christian circles and Catholic circles, they refer to immaculate conception is a couple that's practicing the pull-out method of birth control, and it still results in a pregnancy. If it results in a pregnancy, then it was meant to be, and God selected the sperm to fertilize the egg. So, is it possible to practice white tantra and not orgasm at all, but still have a pregnancy? Absolutely it is. Ask my cousin who has 7 children. Ask any sex therapist or sexologist that'll tell you that absolutely a woman can get pregnant even if the man doesn't ejaculate inside of her. Absolutely it's possible, because it only requires 1 sperm to make the journey. And in fact, if the world did follow, if the entire world practiced white tantra, again, using my cousin in Hungary as just one case study, but there are many Catholics all over the world that have 6 or 7 children in their household, all of them practicing the pull-out method of birth control. My cousin is not an outlier. She's not her family does not represent some sort of statistical anomaly. Because you go to Africa, you go to Ethiopia and many other places in Africa where they have, or many other places around the world where in lower income areas where they're fervently Catholic, and they fervently follow the Catholic Church's teachings. They practice that method of sexuality. There's no shortage of children. In any case, we wanted to just spend some time talking about how in relationships, the root cause of everything that goes on in a relationship, it has nothing to do with the physical world. All of that is just an expression and a manifestation of energy, which is seeking its complement and longing to achieve its true nature, its higher nature. In other words, energy which is trying to be transmuted from a lower vibration to a higher vibration, from a lower manifestation into a higher manifestation. That process cannot take place through the act of fornication. It cannot take place through the act of fornication in the kitchen, when our egos are fornicating with us, when our egos are ganging up on us and wrestling with us and tag teaming us between us and our partner. And it likewise cannot happen in the bedroom if we are giving into lust and we are feeding our lust with fornication and orgasm, through the orgasm, feeding our lust. If we are doing that, if we are allowing those two things to take place, if we are allowing our egos to feed on our sexual energy, and we are remaining identified and attached to our desires, then we are trapped. And we are trapped at this level, and we will remain trapped at this level. There's no you can't keep eating the prison cafeteria food and escape from the prison. You can't free yourself from the prison if you're going back every day to eat the cafeteria food and to sleep in your cell at night. But during the day, you're out there and you think of yourself as free. But every night you come back to eat the cafeteria food and sleep in the cell. These two things are incompatible, right? You can't be free of the prison, but then still have, but then still long for and desire the comfort and security of the prison. Like if you've seen The Shawshank Redemption, take note of the characters of we're just drawing a blank now. The character of Brooks. He's the one who gets the parole, and then he goes out into the halfway house. And Red is the one who points out how he's been institutionalized. When he gets his parole, he threatens to kill one of the other inmates. And when people and Andy is trying to figure out what's going on there, and I'm just trying to figure out what's going on there. Brooks is a good man. Why did he fall off his rocker? And Red says, because he's institutionalized. This is all he knows. He spent a lifetime in here. And sure enough, when Brooks gets out into the real world and gets into the halfway house and everything, he can't take it, and he hangs himself. Because a part of him, and institutionalized means that a part of you is still in that prison and longs for that prison and desires the comfort and safety and security that was in that prison. And we all suffer from this to a degree. We're all institutionalized to a degree in our own false self. This false self that we have grown accustomed to and conditioned to and comfortable with, and these egos and these desires and these habits that we have and these behaviors and things that we are attached to, that we identify with. This dynamic that you see here, and the fornication that takes place internally and externally with our partner, keeps us stuck in that prison. But if we can start practicing this dynamic and recognize that that's just a vessel, that's just a boat, that's not who we really are. We are the light. We are the keepers of the light. We have the power, the free will, to direct our attention, to direct our consciousness, the free consciousness that we have. And that these storms around us are here to assist us and encourage us to embrace this dynamic where we are the keepers of the light, and we shine the light on our vessel amidst the storms to remind us that we don't have to be in the vessel. We can be in the lighthouse on solid ground. And we can guide with the light, with the power and the strength of the light, we can guide that vessel through the stormy waters, past the rocks, so it doesn't have to crash on the rocks and into the shore. This analogy, then, works not just in the middle of an argument, not just one-on-one personally, just not just individually by ourselves, and not just in an argument in the kitchen with our loved one, with our spouse, but also in the bedroom during the act of lovemaking, where the waters are being churned, and the electricity, the lightning, the sparks are flying, and the fires are burning, and the water is boiling, and all of these analogies that we can use during the act of sex that's leading towards what many people feel is inevitable and what medical science tells us is healthy. But the light and the keepers of the light can shine the truth on the matter and say, we can transmute and we can have that energy flow up and in. And the vessel, the cup, the vessel, the grail, we can, with our partner, carry it and hold it together like this. And not spill what's inside. Because if we spill what's inside, we are spilling the blood of Christ. And why would we say that? Well, because the grail is the cup that holds the blood which flowed from Christ on the cross, literally. It's also the cup that he served the wine at the Last Supper with. And he said, this is my blood, the blood of the new and everlasting covenant. It will be shed for you and for all so that sins may be forgiven. Do this in memory of me. The sexual energy which is inside the cup, which is managed and held and carried by both the man and the woman. That cup, that grail, is the sexual force, the sexual energy. And the blood of Christ, it's the blood of Christ because the sexual energy is what can be transmuted within us into our solar bodies, which is the vessel that is able to actually embody the Christ. So our bodies, our physical body, our vital body, our astral body, our mental body, if they're lunar, and our causal body, they are lunar, then they are governed by egos and they are governed by mechanicity. But if we are able to conquer and transmute the sexual force, conquer our lust and transmute the sexual force from lust into love, we raise it up the spinal column, the kundalini, and the kundalini reaches the crown chakra, where the fires of the divine feminine unite with the fires of the divine masculine and give rise to the fire of the fires and the light of lights of the cosmic Christ. And we create we create our solar bodies. Neil said, please save and upload this live. This will be, this is every live talk that we give is always saved to YouTube. It remains on Facebook for as long as it remains on Facebook as well. So yeah, you will be able to access it on YouTube through our Attlas live archives as well. The truth about sex and relationships, then, is that the yin and the yang, positive and negative, the affirming and negating, are the masculine and feminine force. And even though we all have both masculine and feminine inside of us, we have Ida and Pingala inside of us, we have the Tao inside of us. To be able to express it and wrestle and dance. When we talk about wrestling with our egos is one thing, and we talk about tag teaming and wrestling with our partner and wrestling together with them as a team against our egos in a tag team way is one thing. But with our actual partner, we don't wrestle with them because they're not our opponent. They are our partner. And with a partner, you dance. And the beauty of dancing and the tragedy that dancing has been eradicated from our culture almost entirely and replaced with gyrating and jumping up and down and bumping and grinding to horrendous music. The beauty of dancing is this movement and harmony and this synergy and this beautiful interaction in space and in time that frankly is out of time, because if you've ever danced with someone that you are deeply in love with, you know that time disappears. You know that you can get on a dance floor and before you know what's happened, the band has stopped playing and they're packing up their instruments and they're turning on the house lights. And you look at each other and you go, what just happened? because it seemed like you just danced one song together, but it turns out you danced 4 hours. Time vanishes when you are dancing. And when you are making love now, not having sex, not screwing, but making love, not following what they do in pornography, but making love. And making love, literally making love. Literally making love. What's literally making love? Because having sex is having sex, right? But having sex and not fornicating, having sex and transmuting the sexual force is literally making love, transmuting lust into love. Well, but how is that? Well, we discussed the Divine Mother Kundalini. Her energies are awakened during the sexual act. This whole thing about Kundalini awakening and all that nonsense, forget about all that. Forget about all that. It's not that Kundalini awakens and stays awakened for the rest of your life. That's nonsense. That's not how that works. The Kundalini is a sexual force. It's awakened, then it goes back to sleep. And it's awakened, it goes back to sleep. And it's awakened, it goes back to sleep. And it's awakened, it's put into activation when you are in the act of making love. Because it's rising up the spinal column, it's illuminating all the chakras, and it's meeting with her husband, the Holy Spirit, in the crown chakra. And the fires of the divine feminine unite with the fires of the divine masculine to give rise to the fire of the fires and the light of lights of the divine androgen. The union of masculine and feminine, which is the Christ. Because the Christ is the divine androgen. All the angels are androgynous. The Christ is androgynous. It is the perfected Tao. It is the complete Tao. The Tao in us is incomplete. We have too much of the darkness. And the light is bottled up too much inside that darkness. And we have to bring it back into balance. We have to, and in us, we're 99%, between 97 and 99% ego on average. So we have a lot of light bottled up. We have a lot of light bottled up inside of the darkness, and very, very, very little free consciousness, free light to work with. And so making love is a literal scientific metaphysical act. And if you've watched anything, if you watch any Hollywood movies, if you watch any pornography, you know that making love is not what's promoted. What we're talking about is not encouraged. It's the opposite. Making lust, making desire, because the Black Lodge has that goal, right, to keep everybody enslaved and to basically screw with us, right? Corporations screw with us, governments screw with us, and our egos screw with us, and they screw with our relationships. We may do another stream talking about specifically about the act of White Tantra itself. There are other resources available which we can make available to you. But we can't talk about spirituality and relationships without bringing this topic up, because of the fact that of that dynamic and the fact that those egos are triggering one another, and they're working and tag teaming against us in order to get us to waste that energy, for that energy to flow down and out. And the sexual act, if the sexual act remains lustful and the sexual act ends in fornication. Sexual act is creating more egos. And the sexual energy is flowing down and out in the bedroom, then it's going to be flowing down and out in the kitchen. And that's why so many couples, they get married, they have their honeymoon, and everything's going swimmingly because they're still euphoric, and they're caught up in the euphoria, and everything is new and exciting, and they're in love, and etc. But then the euphoria wears off, the infatuation wears off, the novelty of it all wears off, and things start going downhill and downhill and downhill and downhill, and they don't know why. And they go to couples therapy, and they do this and they do that, but they just don't know. He just keeps getting on my nerves, and this and that and the other thing, and there's just one thing after another, and then lo and behold, they're breaking up. They're getting trial separation, or they're getting divorced. The fact is that one of the reasons why this is happening to them is because they were fornicating the entire time. And they were creating all those little quirks and they haven't been working positively as a team, working on their egos. So being in a relationship where you have these conflicts and you're working together to resolve them, you're working together to comprehend them, you're practicing what we call the lighthouse here. And then you're also practicing this in the bedroom, and you're transmuting the sexual force. You're not wasting it. You're conditioning yourself for that energy to flow up and in and not down and out. Then, as opposed to the couple that's attuning themselves and conditioning their marriage to be a factory for energy to flow down and out, and a factory for creating more ego, you'll be in a marriage which is consciously having the energy flow up and in, creating solar bodies, and eliminating ego, comprehending ego, and eliminating ego. Because this is the other secret of white tantra, and awakening and working with the Divine Mother Kundalini in a positive way through transmutation, through white tantra, is that the Divine Mother Kundalini is the only force in the universe that has the power to eliminate egos. Because the sexual force is the feminine force, and it is the fire. It is the phoenix that is devoured in the fire gives rise to the phoenix that comes out of the ashes. So the phoenix which comes out of the ashes is the phoenix of the Christ, but it's consumed in the fires of Divine Mother Kundalini, and the ashes that are left behind are those egos. And it's the phoenix of the fire of the Christ which can arise out of those egos, but it's consumed first in the fires of Divine Mother Kundalini. So some egos you can eliminate on your own through the help of your Divine Mother, without white tantra, without having a sexual partner. You can get very far on the path as a single person, as a bachelor or a bachelorette. But there are some egos that are just too powerful. They're too well established. They're too dug in. They're too strong to be eliminated without the Divine Mother being in full activation, fully awake. And that activation only takes place during white tantra, when she is flowing up and in and uniting with her husband, the Holy Spirit, And combined with that power, they're giving birth to the solar bodies. But with that energy, that fire, they're also able, that awakened, enlightened fire, they're also able to eliminate the more potent and more powerful egos, but only those egos that we've previously comprehended. And that comprehension, very often, because of our partner, because they're a mirror to us, that comprehension of how our egos causes us and others suffering is heightened and made more possible through the interactions, through the dynamic that we were describing since the beginning of this live stream, which is how the egos trigger each other, and how we can be living with something that that's a chronic ego that we've been living with our entire life and has been ruling our lives for decades. And it is only when we see that ego acting out that a dynamic with and through another individual that we begin to fully appreciate and fully comprehend how it's functioning within inside of us, and how it is using others to create suffering and to enslave us and enslave them, because it's activating the associated ego inside of them. And we spent over an hour tonight talking about this dynamic. So the relationship, and the relationship in which there are tests and challenges and so-called problems and conflicts of those egos triggering one another and working together to try to drive a wedge and drive us apart and create this storm, is an opportunity for us to be in the lighthouse as a couple, as a team, and shine the light onto our vessel, onto our relationship, as it's being tossed and turned and in the midst of the storm and trying to be sunk. And it's in the light of consciousness that we have a chance to comprehend the nature of the egos, the nature of the storm, and the nature and the direction of the vessel, and its orientation to the rocks, and guide ourselves through that. But any and all egos that have previously been comprehended, they can be eliminated in White Tantra by Divine Mother Kundalini. So when she's brought into activation through the act of making love in White Tantra, again, that's having the sexual energy flowing up and in, and not down and out through fornication, not down and out through orgasm, but up and in. And the retention and preservation of that precious sexual force, that precious energy, and harnessing and using that energy, she can eliminate and liberate us from any previously comprehended ego. But that process, for the truly stubborn, truly powerful, truly strong egos, that process can only take place in White Tantra, in a loving relationship with our spouse. This is the hard truth and the hard reality of the spiritual path. And this is why couples have joined in holy matrimony since the dawn of time, and why it was in ancient times a custom for couples, because couples were not sexually active until their wedding night. And the reason why that was is because the world recognized that you were married as soon as you had sex, you were married. So if you were to be married, and you might as well get married and then have sex afterwards on your wedding night. because you might as well have your ceremony and invite all your friends and have the big celebration, because otherwise you're belittling the act. You're already, so that if you have sex before marriage, by the time you have your marriage, the marriage is kind of a sham, because you already got married the first time you had sex, and there was nobody around to have a big party or anything. So, but there's another reason why, and that was the tradition for couples to go on a great journey. They would get married and they would go on their honeymoon, and the honeymoon entailed them traveling to the temples where they would be instructed in the art and science of lovemaking. They would be instructed in white tantra. They would be initiated into the secret teachings of white tantra. And the reason why white tantra was kept secret and revealed only to the worthy was because once the power of sexuality and the creative force is revealed, and its ability to create the solar bodies, its ability for white tantra to create the God man, the Christified individual, free of their ego and embodying the Christ. Once that science is revealed, it doesn't take a huge leap of imagination to figure out how to corrupt that and turn it into black tantra. If the sexual force has the power to create a god, then it follows that the sexual force has the power to create a demon. And that the fact that black tantra is what is taught and what is promoted and encouraged in the New Age and around the world just goes to show you how much of a stranglehold the Black Lodge has over this humanity. And when you listen to, or when you see individuals on Facebook and online on the internet promoting and bragging in a way, and the way they talk about spiritual orgasm and all this stuff, it's dark. It's so dark. You can see the energy. If you're sensitive enough, you can see the dark energy just radiating out from it. It's purely dark. It's these witches and these sorceresses and all this stuff on Facebook, and they've got all these followers, and they collect all this money from their followers, and they have them all hypnotized and seduced. They're true sirens. They're true sirens of the worst possible kind. And they're preaching this black magic, right? Black tantra. And they're basically encouraging and teaching everybody how to become demons. Especially when they bring in the manifesting your desires, and they just keep piling it on and on and on. But of course, they leave a lot. They don't give them everything. Everything is in a kind of like the minimal required information to guarantee that they add to the ranks of the Black Lodge, but in the lowest possible rank. So they're creating pawns. They're not creating master, demons, master black magicians. Like, you don't find that information disseminated in the New Age, because the New Age is very lukewarm. It's very just mundane. Like it's kindergarten level stuff, right? It's just enticing enough. It's just seductive enough to get people to come in and come into the club, but there's not enough there to make them truly powerful and truly dangerous and truly, a threat to anybody higher up in the hierarchy. So you don't get full-blown chaos magic and full-blown black magic spells and incantations and all the rest of it and all that stuff. That stuff you got to really go digging for, and that's not in the New Age. You won't find any of that stuff in the New Age. You have to go really digging for that online into the dark web and whatnot in different places to really start getting into the deeper left-hand path stuff. And that's by design, because just like, you know, the White Lodge, the higher levels are not for everybody. But the cost of admission into the White Lodge is sacrifice. And birth, death, and sacrifice. Birth, death, and sacrifice are the three factors of the evolution and the revolution of the consciousness. So sacrifice of that which you are identified with and that which you are attached to. You're going to have to, you will reach a time when you have to sacrifice those things. You have to let them go. And that's the cost of admission, right? I mean, you can't become a Buddha. You can't become awake and still be asleep. That's just doesn't. That's just self-evident logic. We're pretty much at the end of what we wanted to mention and speak about. We have some time left, though. There's only a few of us on right now, but if you have any sort of experience or situation that you want to ask questions about or that you want to share, now is a perfect time to do it, because we can tell you from our own experience what's happening. And that if you're in a relationship now and you're suffering from something, or you're having a problem, by all means, like, you know, you can speak in general terms. You don't have to be specific. Just be as specific as you need to be to get the point across. Just, you know, just throw it here into the chat. In the meantime, here's something that we'll share with you. Because we can share case studies of the type of thing that we've been talking about. We went to Spain to meet someone who we met online, and we knew that this individual was a potential candidate to be our life partner. And she had a young boy, and she was about 7 years younger than us, something like that. And they were living in Spain, in Valencia, and we were talking about us running retreats out of this house in Spain, and anyway, regardless, we really hit it off. We spoke for hours at a time, and online on Skype and Facebook Messenger and whatever. And so I went to Spain to see to see what's what, because, well, we'll tell you another story. You're very welcome, Roy. Very welcome. Here's something that you should know about this online stuff and meeting somebody online. You don't know if you have chemistry with someone over the internet. You don't know. You might, but you won't know if it works out until you're in person. The reason why that is, and this is where I'm heading with the story with the woman in Spain, is that, as you know, we've mentioned many, many, many times, we've lived with this demon, the cause of our epilepsy, the cause of our depression, this demon of fear. And we discovered, once we were in Spain, once we were in the company of this individual, this woman, that she was likewise totally and utterly gripped by fear, possessed by fear. And our fear was triggering her fear. And of course, it was manifesting in her as control. The desire to control circumstances and the desire to control people. And it became very clear that she was unaware of this fact. And when we tried to make her aware of it, she reacted with fear and with control, and that it became untenable. It became impossible. In other words, it was this, and then she just poured on and piled on and doubled down on the fear and control and the fear and control and the fear and control. And each time we were just pointing out this: the more that you do this, the more you're in fear and control. Do you not see that? And she would just react with fear and control and fear and control. And this never showed up. This never manifested. Like, I was in Canada and she was in Spain. This never manifested over the internet, over our conversations. It was only when we were in the physical field of each other's energy, and the chemistry really got going. And we we had to leave her there, and we went to Barcelona. We went to La Sagrada Familia, and which was an absolute beautiful I mean, that was a beautiful journey and trip on its own. It's something that was on our bucket list, if that's the right expression. Where's our that's strange. Anyway, I was going to show you some pictures from La Sagrada Familia, and for some reason I can't find them right now. So everything that we're sharing tonight comes from, like, if you can learn from our failures, then do so. Right? We're still single today because, again, we haven't yet met someone who is able to practice this in a relationship, and is aware of and conscious and aware and comprehending of the dynamic of the typical relationship, and how this is what's happening in conflicts and relationships, and that it takes two to tango. And if you can learn from our experiences, then do so. If you are in difficult situations, challenging relationships, comprehend the dynamics that are taking place, and use that precious opportunity to have that mirror that's in your life to understand and comprehend yourself better, those things that are manipulating you, and those things that are screwing with you in your own life. But that dynamic, like attracting like, and the egos triggering one another and tag teaming you. Use that analogy of wrestling, right? The tag team wrestling match. And if you can use that analogy and the lighthouse analogy, if you can, share this live stream with them. We also have an article which we wrote a while ago now. And we've just posted the link in the chat. But that article is entitled "Lovers and Chi Eaters," related to the fact that our egos are after our sexual energy, which is also our chi, our prana. And you can share that article with them, read that article together with them. And that should be on, there we go. The hidden truth about sex and relationship, and who's screwing you, and are you getting screwed? So basically, this talk is an extended or an expanded look at what's in that article. So this information we've had for, some time now, and we put it in our blog form, and now we're sharing it with you live on this stream. And this knowledge, if you can go through life seeing reality, seeing your relationships on this deeper level, where you're now looking at the surface, what's happening on the surface is just that, just on the surface. But you can see the machinations, the entities pulling the levers beneath the surface. It will free you from the prison of being stuck in emotional attachment and being caught up in the storms and the waves, right? This is part of the process of getting out of the boat and into the lighthouse. Seeing the storm for what it is, and seeing the vessel for what it is, and not allowing yourself to get emotionally caught up. Remember at the very beginning, we mentioned how relationships are difficult, not least because of our emotional attachments and our emotional investments into one another. And so we get emotionally wound up and caught up in. We don't have that healthy detachment. We don't have that ability to step out and be in the lighthouse and shine the light, because we're always getting pulled in. And the egos are doing that on purpose. That's by design. And it doesn't mean we have to be, we don't want to be so detached in the sense of emotionally unavailable. We don't want to be like Mr. Spock. We don't want to be like a robot, or we don't want to be indifferent. But there's a fine line. There's a reason why they call the path of white tantra the path of the razor's edge. It's a balancing act, because you can fall too far the other way, right? And falling too far the other way, falling too far into it is one thing, but you can fall out of it. And that's through indifference, through not caring, through blaseness, through coldness, emotional unavailability, shutting yourself off, closing yourself down. We're not talking about that. We're not encouraging that. We don't want anybody to walk away from this thinking that all emotion is bad and all, and we have to avoid it, or we're not avoiding anything here. We're not even avoiding the fights. We're not avoiding the conflict. What we're avoiding is identifying with the conflict and the causes of the conflict. We're separating ourselves from that and saying, I am not this emotion. I am not these thoughts. I am not this body. I am the observer of these things. Never say to your partner, I am angry with you. No, you're not. You feel angry towards your partner, but you are not angry. You are not angry. If you say, I am angry, you are identifying and attaching yourself to the ego of anger. You're bottling yourself up inside of anger when you say, I am angry. When you say, I feel angry, and you tell your partner, you know what, I got to tell you, I'm feeling really angry right now. How different is that than saying, I'm angry at you, I'm pissed off at you, or listen, I got to tell you, I'm getting a little pissed here. I'm feeling a little pissed here. I'm feeling angry. I have to tell you, I'm feeling angry. And if your partner is on the same page and your partner has listened to this talk with you or read that article with you and recognizes in themselves that same phenomenon and say, yeah, you know what? I feel you because I'm feeling angry too. Now, how different is that? Having a conversation with your partner in the middle of it all and saying, I'm feeling angry. Are you feeling angry? I get a feeling. I have a feeling that you're angry right now because I'm feeling angry. And I think we're triggering each other's anger. Or I think what's coming from, and I think it might be coming from a place of fear, because I think that I'm feeling like my control is being threatened, or my and then that maybe you feel the same way, that we're trying to control each other or control the situation. That means fear is trying to fuck with us right now. And if your partner is on the same page as you and recognizes you and says, you know what, I think that's right, I feel the same way, I feel the same thing, I see the same thing, that it's fear and it's control, and it's trying to drive a wedge between us. It's trying to do this and say, okay, well, how do we get here? Like what caused it? When did it start? How do we get here? How do we wind up where we are right now? Well, you said this, and then I said this, and you said this, and I said this, and I felt this, and this, right? All of a sudden now you're workshopping. You haven't changed anything. You're still angry, or you're still frustrated, or you're still whatever. But now the two of you are over here looking and observing at the stage and looking at yourselves playing out this drama on the stage. And you guys are like Statler and Waldorf in the Muppets, up in the balcony, looking down from above and saying, look what they're doing. See how crazy that is? See how wacky they are? This is what we mean by healthy detachment. By recognizing that whatever is happening on the stage is just a play. It's a soap opera. But like all plays, like all soap operas, it's a morality play. There's something for us to learn from these characters who are acting out this drama on the stage. That's why it's called drama, or that's why it's called comedy. And every drama can be a comedy, which is another thing that brings us back to wrestling. And we use the analogy of wrestling on Friday to talk about wrestling with our egos, because wrestling is fun. Let's face it, we all play wrestle when we're kids. And dogs wrestle. And dogs love wrestling. It's fun. It's a riot. There's people who wrestle. There's all these amateur wrestlers go to the Olympics wrestling. And then people love watching wrestling on TV because it's fun. It's entertaining. It's wrestling. Nobody dies. It's not ultra violent. It's not ultra violence. It's not even MMA. People love MMA for a different reason, but people love wrestling because it's a morality play. Like WWE, right? It's a soap opera. It's good versus evil. It's archetypes. It's archetypal. And they play out these stories, and it just so happens it's very physical and it's violent. But it's wrestling. Kids wrestle, dogs wrestle. And kid dogs, they're best friends and they wrestle. They wrestle because they like each other. So in other words, this can be fun. If you're with the right person, truly on the spiritual path, the person you're meant to be with, the person that you can really work on these egos, yours and theirs. They working on theirs, you're working on yours, but together working on each other and working on the relationship through watching the dynamic, letting the dynamic play out and sitting back and say, haha, look at the dynamic playing out. Did you see that? Did you see what I just did there? Did you see what just happened there? I bet you I triggered your fear. I bet you I just pissed you off right there doing that because I was doing this thing I always do. And learn that time doesn't exist. Joan Rivers once said that comedy equals tragedy plus time. Comedy equals tragedy plus time. If you think about that, any tragedy given enough time can become funny. Or at least when enough time has passed, you can start making jokes about it or around it or what have you. But time is an illusion. And time heals all wounds only applies to those people who are identified and have attachments, who are bottled up inside of their ego and can't detach themselves. If you can learn to detach yourself in the moment, and time doesn't exist, time is an illusion and a delusion of ego, then you can laugh about things in the moment. And if you're with the right person who's on the right spiritual path, who understands all of this, who comprehends and is on the same page as you, then they will, like you, join with you in laughing about what's going on right in front of you. And it's no longer going to be a dramatic soap opera. Now it's going to be a sitcom. Okay, Jennifer Jason asks, how can you know what part is yours and what is your spouse's part of the dynamic? For example, when you are trying to acknowledge your part, but when you are being gaslit, it can get confusing as to what you should be owning up to and what is not yours to own up to. Thank you so much for your presentation. It has been so helpful. Okay, Jennifer, it's all yours. There is no half and half here. There's no half and half. It's 1 and 1. It's 2. There's not 2 halves here. It's not what part is yours. Everything that's yours is yours, and everything that's theirs is theirs. If you're being gaslit, it's you that are. It's your gas that's being lit, right? So it's not a question of this is my part. It's not a question of I'm 70% at fault here and you're 30% at fault, or you're 60% at fault and I'm 40% at fault. No. I'm 100% at fault and you're 100% at fault. It takes 2 to tango. It's not a question of acknowledging your part and acknowledging their part. It's acknowledging what you're doing. Now, in the case of my father and I, and that dynamic, and I was saying what he was doing to try to control me was actually in reaction to the fact that I was living in fear and I was afraid of him. And every time I was around him, I was in fear. So my fear was triggering his fear, which was causing him to try to control me. If that's what you're asking, how can you know what is yours and what is your spouse's? Well, the simple fact of the matter is you have to be in control of you. So you take care of your part, which is your 100%. That's what you do. You take care of that. And if you get that under control and the dynamic between you and your partner changes, now you know what was your part and what was their part. Now, if you get your thing under control and they don't change, well, again, now you know what was your part and what was their part in the dynamic. So it's the only way you can know this is to observe and to experience. to experience and to observe that experience is the only way that you can get to know. But you have to observe, you have to pay attention, one eye in and one eye out, and you have to watch the dynamic, and you will see the dynamic, you will see the back and forth, you will see the yin and yang spinning around and rotating around. Once you practice observing this and observing in what's happening in yourself, and observing the back and forth, the action, reaction, 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 right? And it's a downward spiral, and you observe all of these things, and then you will recognize that it's not that we are both playing a part, and it's a part of one thing, but it's two individuals who are rotating around each other. So you can't have that dynamic with only one individual or one part. Like that's why the way you phrase the question, well, I think we know what you're getting at, but the language that you used is reinforces a sort of a wrong way of thinking about it, or not exactly the right way to think about it. It's like a dance or like a wrestling match. Would you ask, what part does one wrestler play in a wrestling match? Is that an appropriate way to ask that question? In a wrestling match, how do you know what part one opponent plays versus what part that the other opponent plays in a wrestling match? It's a wrestling match. It's a chess game, or it's like any type of conflict, right? It takes two to tango. Any type of relationship, any type of things, right? It's when you say that you are being gaslit, and it can get confusing what you should be owning up to and what is not yours to own up to. If you're being gaslit, it's 100% up to you to own up to that fact, because nobody can gaslight you if you're not filled with gas. They'd be lighting nothing. They can try to spark you all they want. They can try to trigger you all they want. But if you got your all of your sexual force under control and safely locked down, then they can try to light your gas all you want, but they can't gaslight you, because you won't react to it. You won't react to their gaslighting. That's the hard truth. That's the hard fact. Is that people who push your buttons, they might be the ones pushing your buttons, but it's your button that's being pushed. And if that button is connected to a nuclear explosion, right, that nuclear device is inside of you. They didn't plant the nuclear device inside of you. That nuclear device was inside of you, and that button was there begging to be pushed. Why do we say begging to be pushed? Because if someone doesn't push that button and you don't blow up, how do you know that you're a ticking time bomb waiting to blow up? If someone doesn't come along and press that button, you can spend your entire life as a ticking time bomb. And then one day someone comes along and presses a button and you blow up. You'll be like, how did I know? Well, because people have been pushing that button for your entire life, and if you haven't learned that that you're a ticking time bomb and that you're explosive, and you need to get those explosives into a safe place so that when people push your buttons, you don't explode. That's on you. That's on you. Right? Think practically about this. Use analogy and allegory whenever possible. Keep it simple, but be practical. If there is an explosive depot that blows up, the investigation begins where? At the owners of the explosives depot, of the fireworks factory, of the what? Did you have your safety protocols? Was the building, were you being responsible with these explosives? Yes or no? It's on the owner of the explosives. If just imagine, is somebody walking by and smoking a cigarette and just, throwing it into a window, and the entire block goes up. It was, whose fault is it? Was it the guy who threw the cigarette? Is he responsible for the entire block blowing up? He threw a cigarette. Or is it responsible for the people who owned the explosives factory that the cigarette landed inside and set off a chain reaction and caused an explosion in the explosive factory? This is the hard truth. This is the hard truth. Is that we want to blame. We want to be the victim. We want to, but the hard truth is we need to take a long, hard look at ourselves and ask, why am I getting triggered? Why is this person able to push my buttons and gaslight me like that? It's right. Why? Can anybody do that with you? Could I? Does it mean that they're faultless? No. But who cares? Honestly, really and truly, who cares? We're not looking for faults. We're not judging. This is not a process of blaming or judging or whatever. The other attribute to doing this with your partner is the recognition of objective facts and getting to a point where you can talk about egos like computer viruses, as if these are computer viruses infecting a computer or a parasite or something, like talking about it in almost like a medical way or again a practical analogy sort of way, instead of emotionally and saying, well, you know what, I think you're reacting with fear right now, and then reacting to that and saying, how dare you judge me, how dare you do this or whatever, how dare you project onto me whatever. Because as soon as the person's reacting that way, because they're identified with the very fear that you just pointed out, and they're identified with their pride, and they're fearful that you're judging them. They're fearful that you're going to think that because you're finding faults in them, and they're afraid of their own defects and vices. They're trying to put on airs. They're trying to present the best version of themselves. It's another thing about relationships, right? If you can't walk around naked in the house with your partner and be completely comfortable, you're in the wrong relationship, because you have to be able to strip off every layer and bare your soul to that person. Walking around naked is nothing. That should be the first thing that you do, right? Is to walk around naked. And the next thing you do is bare your soul to that person. Like, honestly, why wait? And why put it off? Like, why why would you? In fact, you should bare your soul to the person before you strip off your clothes and get naked with them. Bearing your soul to them should be one of the first things you do. Now, you don't do it on the first date necessarily, but if you can't bare your soul to the person that you're with, how do you know your soulmates? And if you cannot show them, if you cannot experience your highest self, your deepest self, but also your deepest defects and vices, and talk about them and reveal them and say, this is who I am, this is what I am. Like, why would you try to conceal that? Why would you try to hide that or deny that when it comes to the surface? Deny that when it comes up, or when he points it out, or when she points it out, and call it gaslighting and call it playing games and all this other nonsense, right? There's this image. It's you're building something, you're creating something, and what you're creating is sacred. And the material that you're creating that sacred something with are the very defects and vices, is reliant on the very defects and vices that you're trying to conceal. Because within those defects and vices are the precious commodity known as consciousness. And the fuel, the energy source that those defects and vices are stealing and consuming and using against you is that oh so precious commodity called the sexual energy, the vital energy, the sexual force, the creative energy. You have to know what you're dealing with. You have to know them, they have to know you, you have to know yourself, and they have to know themselves. To be a spiritual couple, to have a spiritual relationship, we have to work on the relationship, on the marriage, on itself, as we do ourselves as individuals. And we have to be able to work as a couple, as a team, as one unit, as one entity, as a couple, on that marriage as we do individuals on ourselves. If we cannot do that, then it's not a spiritual relationship, and it will not last, and it will not endure. It might last on a mundane level, and you can grow old together and retire and everything else, but it will not accomplish spiritually what you need to accomplish, or what you could have accomplished. Because try and expand your consciousness using your imagination around the layers where you as an individual, you and your innermost and the Christ, you come together with another monad, their physical vessel, their monad, and their innermost intimate Christ, which is one with you. And it's on that level that you connect in that true oneness and that true spirituality. If you can't create a single oneness and unity out of just two sparks, two essences of the Christ, if you cannot manifest and demonstrate and experience and create a oneness out of two essences and create a perfect unity of duality, right? If you cannot create the perfect matrimony, the perfect unity of duality, how do you expect to participate and experience in the perfect multiple unity of infinity? You cannot. You cannot. Because knowledge comes from experience. Gnosis, self-evident experiential knowledge, is what we seek, comes from experience. If you cannot create synergistic, loving relationships, a unity of a duality or a unity of multiplicity among a nuclear family, among a family of individuals, but most critically and most importantly, among a man and a woman, the masculine and feminine, in a relationship, if you cannot create that and have experience and demonstrate that creating love in that dynamic, how do you expect to be able to do so with a perfect multiple unity where you're dealing with countless monads, countless essences of the Christ being as one? Because it's all baby steps to get there. But this baby step that we're talking about, just bringing two souls, two monads together and creating a unity of duality, If you can't achieve that, just forget about any aspirations you have for higher spirituality. This is what it means working on yourself and working in the spiritual gymnasium, the spiritual exercise room, workout room of socializing and being in relationships with others. Because this is where that proving ground is. And if you can't learn and practice birth, death, and sacrifice within the confines of a marriage and with the confines of a family, so the death of the ego and your attachments, your identifications, and that which no longer serves you and no longer serves the path and no longer serves the relationship. If you can't let go of those things, if you can't let go of your attachment to the orgasm, for example, and if you can't sacrifice that, well, how are you going to sacrifice your own life? You sacrifice your false self for the sake of your higher self, your true self. If you can't sacrifice even one or two things that your false self desires and is attached to, how are you going to sacrifice your whole self and everything that your false self is attached to? How are you going to achieve psychological death, which is to die before you die? Because birth, death, and sacrifice is the path. Death of the ego, birth of the human soul, and sacrifice for others in humanity. But sacrifice is letting go, that which you have to, invest in, and by letting go. But you pay what you owe, and you well, I don't think we need to embellish. I think everybody understands what the word sacrifice means. Does anyone have any more questions? We can share another story. Oh, you're very welcome. We hope we covered it. As you might imagine, it's difficult when one is on the path of the bodhisattva to find a partner, a true companion, a true partner in this life work. And so we've used the internet insofar as we're active on Facebook, and there was another situation where a woman approached us and appeared to be very much on the same page with us. And this woman was in Guatemala. And we went down to Guatemala to be with her. And we bought an open-ended ticket. And we went and we met her. And sure enough, there were warning signs ahead of time. But we went down there, and again, like the situation in Spain, very similar. She shared a fear that was on par with our own entity, and of course, these things were working against us. They were tag teaming us, and a situation unfolded whereby I became very sick. I got salmonella poisoning from some chicken, and I'll spare you the details, but it was coming out of both ends. Let's just put it that way, right? The chicken was nonstop coming out of both ends of me, and I was completely exhausted. Not only I was just like this happened like 48 hours into my stay there, and I was just totally drained of energy. I could barely muster up the energy to go to the washroom when I needed to, and I needed to do that a lot. And this person became absolutely incensed that I wasn't um, I wasn't doting all over her, and I wasn't like, I was finally there with her, but I wasn't in the mood, and I wasn't paying her the attention that she felt that she deserved, or that she needed, and that she wanted. And I was trying to explain to her that I'm sorry, but I have no energy. All my energy is being drained through the act of, through projectile vomiting and diarrhea. Like how much energy and how much uh, uh, um, amorousness. How much amorousness can you expect me to be able to muster up when I've been for 12 hours straight? I've been doing nothing but vomiting and having diarrhea. Like, but she said that that's no excuse, and it's all in your head, and you're only as sick as you think you are. And she pulled all of a sudden, all this new age nonsense started coming out about whatnot. It's like, and she just wouldn't leave it alone. She wouldn't leave me alone. There I was in a weakened state, and she was just this control, this control. And then, of course, that triggered the demon. And, we're not proud of this, but we'll share it with you. All of a sudden, despite the fact that we had no energy, and we were weak from salmonella poisoning, she kept poking and poking and poking us with a stick, metaphorically speaking. Finally, we couldn't take it anymore. We grabbed her by the throat, and we pinned her up against the wall. We lifted her like Darth Vader would lift somebody, and we pinned her up against the wall. And we told her that if she doesn't stop, that I will end you. And I looked down, and there was some flagstones, a stone walkway, in the garden. And I picked the rock that I was going to smash her head on. And that's what it's like to be possessed in the moment. And possessed by anger, of course, but that anger was working for fear. It was working for the demon. And I was this close to becoming a murderer. Second-degree murder, perhaps, but don't think it would have made too much difference in Guatemala. And thank God I stopped myself. I realized in the moment what was going on. And I realized that I was in a weakened state. In that weakened state, that whole thing, and her poking me and everything, was my demon working with hers to sabotage and to destroy me and my mission. It was a test. It was another big test. And I don't know if we passed the test but I know we didn't fail the test. And I don't know if that makes any sense to you guys, but it certainly makes sense to us. Is that definitely we were brought to a point, the razor's edge. We were definitely brought to an edge, and we certainly we were being possessed in that moment by our demon. That's without any shadow of a doubt. So in that sense, we failed. But we didn't follow through. So in that sense, we succeeded, because we didn't end up in a Guatemalan prison. We didn't end up with blood on our hands. But we went back inside. We grabbed our suitcases and we went back to the youth hostel. And then from there we went to Tikal. We looked at the pyramids, the Inca pyramids in Tikal, and then we went home. So we left her there. About 18 months later, won't get into too long the story, but 18 months later, we found out from a mutual friend on Facebook that she passed away. She had passed away from breast cancer. And she was a nurse. She was an Australian nurse living in Guatemala. And while I was down there, there was time before I went down there, there was talk that I would also go to Guatemala with her. And that I would go to visit her in Guatemala, but that I would go to Australia with her afterwards to meet her family and so on. And I could see myself living in Australia because I live in Canada, so Australia couldn't be that different except for the nicer weather and the different wildlife. But it turns out that she had catfished us, if you know that term. Look it up. She had catfished up because she, being a nurse, she knew that she had breast cancer. And she was so desperate for us to go down to Guatemala, and she was so desperate for us to go with her to Australia because she didn't want to die alone. And she knew that we would never abandon someone who's in that situation. And she's right. We wouldn't have. But the reason why her demon came and possessed her when we fell ill and sick, and she was worried, she was afraid that we didn't find her sexy enough, that we didn't love her, that we were no longer interested in her. She was terrified that she was being made to be terrified that we would not go with her to Australia and would not take care of her. Because we knew what her plan was. We meditated on it. We knew that her plan was to go to Australia, and while she was Australia, that's when she would get the official diagnosis, but that's where she would get her healthcare, because they have nationalized healthcare in Australia like we do in Canada, right? So that's where she would go through her chemotherapy and everything for her cancer, but she didn't want to go through all of that by herself because she's a nurse. She knows what that's like. And but that situation of that moment of being brought to the brink of such a violent act, and recognizing just what a powder keg, just how dangerous this demon was. It wasn't just dangerous in the sense that it can give us seizures, but it had very real danger, and how it could be triggered, and especially in the confines of a romantic relationship. Now, it took extraneous circumstances, because we don't know many people who would treat someone suffering from salmonella poisoning and spending 12 hours in the toilet, vomiting and with diarrhea. We don't know many people, normal people, who would sit there poking and prodding and berating the person for not being amorous enough with them when they were suffering from salmonella poisoning. That was an extraneous circumstance. We were being stretched into a but Nevertheless, it just proved that under the right circumstances, under the right conditions, weakened enough and pushed and prodded enough, and being triggered by someone with the same demon lurking inside of them, the same demon which was the cause of her cancer. Right? In us, it was caused epilepsy, caused depression. In her, it brought about her cancer. That was her demon. And her demon and my demon almost got me to the point of homicide, because the fear in her feared the cancer that she had and feared suffering through and going through all of that. So if she wasn't going to go through that with me next to her, then she wasn't going to go through it at all, and she was going to get me to end her life. Now do you begin to see how it's not so simple as what's on the surface? And how one thing, fear, was behind that entire dynamic and that entire relationship and that whole planning and everything, and how it had multiple different avenues, multiple different courses that it could have taken. But it was fear that was behind it all. Her fear and my fear, and our fears, bona fide demons, powerful, powerful entities expressing this fear, powerful entities, truly. And well, again, this is just another experience that we had that helped to show us and reveal to us and give us the experience that, you know, many couples go through on different levels. Now, not every couple gets to the point where it gets to that level of potential violence, but you know, the suffering and the failure to learn from the causes of suffering, the failure to recognize and extract the knowledge of all of this, and it's a great tragedy. So many just continue on making the same mistakes and then ending up in the same cycle of dysfunctional relationships, or their relationship lasts for so many years and then it breaks down and falls apart. Or people who are trying to be spiritual and trying to, you know, to develop and evolve on the level of their monad, the level of their divine soul. But they keep falling into the trap of fornication. They keep falling into the other, you know, traps of what we're talking about. And they're stuck on the surface, and they're stuck with identifying with what they're feeling on the surface and never getting beneath the surface and identifying the entities that are pulling the strings and the levers and pressing the buttons. And it was our hope that we could help shed light and on this, and help you guys seek the lighthouse and seek to be the keepers of the light and to shine that light on the vessel in the middle of the storm. Mob, talk to you. What do you want me to say that I'm not already saying? we're probably at the end or near the end now. So if you have any other questions or comments, now's the time to share them. Else, it feels like I'm going through this. Well, everybody goes through this. Everybody, without exception, because nobody's perfect. And if nobody's perfect, you are attracting somebody into your life which is likewise imperfect, like you are imperfect. And the imperfections that you have are going to be mirrored in the person that you're with, your egos, right? And those egos are going to be conspiring with one another, yours and theirs, and everything we talked about tonight. And if you've missed the other part of this live stream, remember, it will be live. It'll stay on YouTube. You'll be able to watch it from the beginning. And it's not going anywhere unless YouTube deletes it, because we're not going to delete it. But this is the objective reality of what's going on. And why it feels like you're going through this is because you are. Because we all are. And maybe not to the degree, maybe not to the extent that some of the experiences that we shared with you, but on some level, and it doesn't necessarily mean romantic partners, family members, friends, co-workers. This is the dynamic. This is how, quote, Satan, rules humanity. Our individual shaitan, our individual Satan, our shadow self, the egos. Pull the strings, press the buttons, conspire with one another, conspire with their compliments in our relationships. And that's what causes toxic relationships and conflicts. They distract us from ourselves, of course, but more importantly, from their point of view, they distract us from them. Our egos distract us from them. Our egos do not want us to do this. They do not want us to shine the light. Our egos want us to remain lost in the dark, in the storm, in the vessel. They don't want us to find our way and make our way to the lighthouse where we can direct the light of consciousness onto them. No. They want to distract us with the storm and get us all identified and worried about and panicky and lost at sea. Why? So they can keep screwing with us. Yeah, you get it now. If you really want to get it, watch our live stream on YouTube from Friday night about stress, anxiety, and depression, where we go through this lighthouse analogy from the beginning. Just for ourselves, on our own. And so when we're in a relationship, we're in a couple relationship, and we're having a fight, and someone's saying, "No, it's not me, it's you, it's all you." The egos are distracting us as a couple, or one of the individuals of the couple is keeping, it's blaming the other person, right? It's keeping the attention off of the ego inside of them, which is what's causing the anger in the first place, because both couples are getting screwed. The egos are in both couples. The couples are getting screwed from within. Both are. But the egos have them fighting with each other and blaming each other. Why? So they can continue screwing with them. so they can continue screwing them from within. That's why the egos keep focusing us on the outside, right? It's bait and switch. It's the classic distraction that magicians use. Misdirection, right? Look over here, look over here, look over here. And then they pick your pocket. That's what egos are doing. Deception, distraction, delusion, misdirection, misappropriation. These are the modus operandi of ego. And that's why you will notice, if you go back on our live streams, esoteric and exoteric, correct. Egos want to keep us on the exoteric level. Why? So they can keep fucking with us on the esoteric level, which is reality, which is the reality. They want to keep us focused on the illusion, the exoteric. That's the illusion. But everybody thinks that's real life. You see now why we focus on what we focus on, and why the analogous ultimate methodology, and why we're here talking about spirituality, and we almost exclusively talk about psychology and the analogous ultimate methodology of the elimination of egos, the observation, analysis, comprehension, and elimination of egos, the cathartic process, and how it operates on all different levels, including on a societal level, in business and economics, in government, in this is. We don't sit here and talk about initiations, and we don't sit here and talk about, this or that, or what, or what the Egyptian mystery schools were doing, or whatever. There are lots of other resources for that. There's lots of other masters who've talked a lot of other things about esotericism and whatever. But none of that's going to help you. It isn't. If you can't have a unity of duality in a relationship, if you can't have a sacred relationship with one other person, how the hell are you going to become a part of the great multiplicity of the universe? How are you going to be in a functional relationship with trillions of monads, with trillions of essences of the Christ, if you can't be in a functional relationship with one other monad? This is not hyperbole. This is not conjecture or theory or hearsay. It's self-evident experiential knowledge. If you can't function as a cell, and you can't function in a symbiotic relationship with one other cell, how can you become in a symbiotic relationship with trillions of other cells in something called the body, the human being? A cell which is in a dysfunctional relationship with itself or the other cells around it, we have a name for that. That's called a cancer cell. Now, what happens to a cancer cell in the body? How does an immune system respond to the cancer cell in the body? Can the body survive? Can the body tolerate a cancer cell if it's in a dysfunctional, toxic relationship to the cells around it, and it becomes replicating and spreading in the body? Right? This is why it is said in esoteric terms that God and the devil cannot mix. The Christ cannot allow someone into its midst. You cannot ascend into the great brotherhood of the White Lodge, into the great brotherhood of ascended masters. You cannot ascend there if you have ego. You cannot become a part of the logos, of the great multiplicity of the universe, if you cannot manage a loving relationship with one other monad. It's just the fact, the hard facts, that all those so-called spiritual seekers and rainbow warriors and all that bullshit in the new age, those people cannot swallow the truth. They cannot handle the truth. They can't, because they are so hypnotized by their own mystic pride, and they're so attached to their ideas and theories and concepts of what sacred sexuality is, and they all want to have sacred orgasms. They want to have more and more powerful orgasms, and they think that the more powerful and the more lengthy and the more this and the more that orgasm they have, that's the more spiritual sex that they're having. That's just like all those people taking the psychedelics. And if only I can have the perfect trip. And the deeper and the more profound trips I have, I got to take more mushrooms. I got to take more DMT. They're just looking for the perfect trip that's finally going to create out of them somehow an ascended master. Each and every trip they take is into hell. Each and every orgasm you have is digging yourself deeper into hell, psychological hell. And if you practice Black Tantra, each and every orgasm you have, harnessing the energy, the sexual force, and forcing it through lust and through the orgasm, you are creating a awakened demon of yourself. That's what you're creating. And so every relationship, we're going to finish with the sentiment that we've stated before and we'll state again. And we sound like a broken record, but we have to be. We have to be, because you have to hear it 1,000 times before you get it. And that is, if it's not sparks in the bedroom, it's a grease fire in the kitchen. And we have to learn to manage that energy. Relationships are energy. We are all energy, but relationships, especially the interplay, the interrelationship, the dynamic, is metaphysical, it's scientific, it's esoteric. And we are literally playing with fire. We are literally playing with the fires, the divine fires of Devi Kundalini Shakti, our divine mother, the creative fires of the universe. And if you're not creating the light, you're creating the dark. If the energy is not flowing up and in, it's flowing down and out. That's the duality of the yin and yang. Because nothing in the universe stays still. Nothing in the universe, everything is in motion, everything moves, everything changes. So how are you changing? Are you evolving or are you devolving? We're getting on in time here, but we might as well go to 12. We might as well go to midnight. We've stuck it through this long, so we have some time for some more questions or comments. If not, then perhaps we'll cut it a bit short. Well, a bit short. Nearly 4 hours is not a bit short. Again, we encourage you to further your exploration here. spend some time with our article. We'll share that link here again. Here's the title card for that article. You'll find this on atlas.info. You can find it relatively easily, I think. But we've included the link in the description as well. But we also encourage you to, again, watch any of our previous live streams on the egos, or on the one from Friday on stress, anxiety, and depression. And the title card for that, well, you may feel that way, Mob. We may have opened your eyes to a few things, but it's going to take a while. Rest assured, trust us on this. It's going to take a while for it to really hit home. When you begin to experience what we've shared with you tonight, and you begin to see it in the moment by moment, that's when it's really going to start to click, and you're really going to start to it's really gonna hit home when you start living it and start experiencing it. To hear it from us is one thing, but to see it and live it and be it and experience it, that's a whole other level of yeah, that's just a whole other level. And when you get there, you will when you get there, you'll know what we mean by that. Here's something that we just want to, oh no, it's not here what we want to do. What do we want to do? We want to go here. And okay, so this is the card from our live stream from Friday. And as you can see, it's the title was Wrestling with Stress, Anxiety, and Depression. You can find this video. It should still be on Facebook if you go to Attlas Information. But in addition to that, it will always be here. This was episode 14. And here is a link to YouTube for this particular topic. And this is the topic where we get into details about this lighthouse analogy and working with this lighthouse allegory and applying it in your own life. And if you can apply it in your own life, and you can have your partner recognize the wisdom of this and work with you to apply this to your relationship. So really the two live streams kind of go hand in hand with this concept of wrestling and the concept of the lighthouse and everything else. But in Fridays, we were really talking about sort of chronic type conditions, like these egos that haunt us all our life. And frankly, these are the things that our life partner is there to help us with, and is very likely that they're suffering from the same thing that we're suffering from. Or if not, they're suffering from their own thing, but the two things are complementary, and will trigger in some way. Unless we have such good fortune and such good karma as to be with someone who doesn't have that issue, as we do, and they're just there to help us and dealing with and getting over our own issue on our own terms, which is possible. It's not mandatory that that couples share all these problems and so on as we're describing. The reason why we because remember too that the ideal couple will also have a lot of the same beliefs and ideas and things as well. So the complement is there, and the positive aspect as well as the so-called negative aspect. But the reason why we share this is that, again, just going back to the beginning, we're not here to talk about all the ways in which relationships work and in which they gel, and which everything is flowing beautifully, and because guess what? Nobody needs any help with that. Right? When things are going well, when things are going easy, you don't need any intervention. You don't need any help with that. The challenge is when we're facing with these struggles and challenges that no matter what we seem to do, we can't seem to overcome them. That's where people need help. That's where people need help. And the fact that the contemporary psychology and contemporary couples therapy and everything else don't know anything about revolutionary psychology. They don't talk about demons anymore and fighting your demons, and demons tag teaming with each other, and egos functioning as sentient entities who are lusting after our sexual force, who are desiring our consciousness, and desiring to enslave us and make puppets out of us and make us recruit us into the Black Lodge, right? Contemporary psychology knows nothing of this. And because they know nothing of this, so they're completely ignorant and unable to help us on the spiritual path. They can help us a little bit, but what they really want to do is medicate us and medicate our symptoms. And we also get into that in our talk on Friday, because we talk about depression and anxiety, and how the contemporary psychologists have adopted the allopathic healthcare model. And let's medicate the symptoms, and let's not get to the heart of the matter. Of course not, because they don't know what the heart of the matter is. They can't accept the existence of the heart of the matter because it's woo, right? Because everything has to be exoteric, because all of that allopathic healthcare and all of that contemporary psychology is being controlled by the Black Lodge. So of course, as we said, what does the Black Lodge do? It creates distractions and bait and switch and illusions and delusions and misdirections to keep our eyes and our consciousness pointed away from them. The Black Lodge is the ego. They are our egos. They are the causes of all the suffering in the world. And they are esoteric, not exoteric. What we experience out there is just a reflection, a manifestation, and an expression of what we experience in here. It's the same is true on the micro level as in the macro level. So again, what's happening in the world, it's like the War of the Roses, right? That it's the War of the Roses. It's sparks in the bedroom, or it's grease fire in the kitchen. It's just a different level of relationships and egos manipulating and controlling. And their desire to enslave us, put us to sleep, put our consciousness to sleep, keep us asleep. For the most of humanity, keep this humanity asleep, and keep siphoning off their sexual energy, keep using and exploiting like parasites. And again, we just reiterate, this is the plight of humanity, and this is why we've dedicated our lives to talking about this and revealing as much as we can and bringing this to the surface and making this the conversation, because this is the conversation we need to be having, because this is the process and the action we need to be taking. The analogous ultimate methodology, and everything that we do in the Attlas project and everything we do with everything else, all supports and enhances and all revolves around the analogous ultimate methodology, the Aum of life, which is to help liberate humanity from the influence of its own egos in relationships, as individuals, at all, the whole thing. Okay, thank you very much for joining us tonight. We hope to see you again soon. We hope this was helpful and useful. And if it was helpful and useful, then please do share it with everyone that you care about and that you feel could benefit from it. We're not looking for followers. We're not looking for money. We're not looking for any of that. We're just looking to help as many people as we can. And to do that, we need your help to do that. We can't reach out to these people directly, right? So it's all word of mouth. And if you get something of value out of here, then do share it with others. Don't keep that value for yourself. Okay, thank you, everyone, and good night. And hopefully we'll see you on Friday or next Wednesday.